Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is a special election night coverage show. This show will be going for a very, very long time. We're going to have multiple guests all over the course of the night. And as you can see, I'm sitting here with the one and only Daniel Lazar. Daniel Lazar is a critic of the U.S. Constitution, has written several books, Frozen Republic. And one more thing, where can we find you right now, Daniel? Are you on Twitter? I don't remember if you had a Twitter account or
On
another
Twitter,
account.
I'm writing a blog called the Democratic Constitution blog. You can find my books on Amazon. Uh, um, that's about it.
Constitution blog. Okay. I'm going to have to add that to your bio.
The Democratic Constitution blog.
Okay. Democratic. All right. So I guess the question is, what are your thoughts before going into the election? Is there, let's say, a state that you think is of greater importance? If there's something that either Trump or Kamala Harris needs to do, just starting off before the night, before any, the polls close, what are your thoughts about the election?
We all just have to sit on our hands and just wait to see what happens. I mean, I have no special insights. I have all the standard insights. I mean, Michigan, Pennsylvania, both very important. Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, etc. I mean, maybe we'll get an idea early on as to who has momentum on his side. Who is really performing really well. But that's not clear what that will mean. Well, we have a long stretch ahead of us. It could take all night. It could take several days, and we're just starting the process.
I'm going to be here most of the night covering this. I did this map earlier today because I wanted to see the chances for one candidate to win over another candidate. And in looking at the map, I gave Nevada, Arizona to Trump. I gave Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Illinois. I gave Michigan to Harris. And what's wild about it basically hinges on like one state, meaning one state will make the difference between who wins this race. It could be that close.
Yeah. It's a real nail biter. But what makes it even worse is we have no idea when we'll find out. I mean, these mail-in ballots will take a long time to count. The process could just drag on, and that's it's really unfortunate. I don't like mail-in ballots very much. I prefer the old days when people voted in person. I think that we should sort of go back to that. I think it's.
Let me ask you this: what with everything that Donald Trump went through in this race, I mean, he had like 90 different indictments, nearly shot twice, impeached twice, didn't want to leave after losing the first race, got blamed for January 6th. They called him Hitler. They called him a Nazi. They called the supporters Nazis. Despite all of that, this race is still even. It can go either way.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's been so impervious to stuff that would, under normal circumstances, effectively sink a campaign? Why has he been this kind of Teflon Don?
Because the Democrats essentially surrendered their credibility by misusing the state apparatus. I mean, go back to Russiagate.
Yeah,
that was an extraordinary episode, and that went on for years, literally. I mean, as you recall, in 2017 or 18, you couldn't turn on CNN without someone screaming about this new bombshell concerning Trump's Russia connection. And it was all nonsense, and it was all clearly a campaign that was engineered by the Democrats and the intelligence agencies and FBI. And what the Democrats didn't realize the damage they were doing to their own credibility.
Yeah.
So they completely destroyed it. So therefore, when a Democratic DA in New York or a Democratic Attorney General in New York State, levies some kind of charge against Trump, people don't believe it. They think of
Oh, that's a good
Democrats
point. I
are
didn't even think about it in those terms. That effectively he's been made impervious because they've lost their credibility, basically a radical loss of credibility. And that, that goes to the other thing, right? When Kamala Harris was calling him a Nazi and his supporters Nazis, and Joe Biden called his people trash, all that stuff. And you had this kind of weird thing where the people told Kamala, they're like, look, this isn't working. Nobody is accepting this. And if anything, they need to know more about you and less about him. And I would wager that if she loses this race, a lot of it is going to be pinned on not having a primary, meaning you didn't get the strongest candidate. You didn't necessarily have the primary where you had the opportunity or the advantage of being able to voice your point of view over the course of several weeks. And to be honest, it seems that she took this kind of Hillary Clinton strategy where Donald Trump is the most important thing. So any and everything that you say to me, I'm going to say Trump and I'm going to complain and bitch and moan about him. I don't know if that's necessarily the most effective strategy that she could have went with, but nevertheless, it's going to have to be enough for her.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, if she wins, it meant the strategy worked. I mean, I think it was a very weak strategy. I mean, she tried to paint herself as the candidate of continuity and the candidate of change. It didn't make sense. And basically, at the end, the only thing that came through was like, was vote for me because the other guy is worse. Now that may work. We don't. And if it works, then everyone will be saying, what a great campaign Kamala won, and how clever her strategy was, et cetera, et cetera. But if it doesn't work, they'll be saying that she had a very muddled message, and that vote for me because I'm not as bad as the other guy is not a way to rally the voters.
Not typically. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, especially when you're running around with Liz Cheney and you're trying to say that she's such a statesman, she's such a great person, and all this other stuff. I guess from Kamala Harris's standpoint, I do think she was damaged in the way that she ended up in the race. I mean, you're right. She went with this idea that I'm a new way forward, I'm change. By the same token, hey, what's different between you and Joe Biden? Well, I am not a man and I'm younger. Like, she didn't really, it's so bizarre when they say I'm a change candidate, but she can't articulate any kind of change that she either would have done in office or that she would do now. The New Yorker had a piece where they said all of the money that's being spent on Kamala Harris, like from the consultants and everything else, and even the people who work with her in Washington, they said no one really understands in a cohesive way what Kamala Harris wants or thinks.
I don't think Kamala Harris wants or thinks anything. I mean, first of all, Kamala
you
Harris,
think it's just a power issue?
I think number one, she's a real lightweight.
Yep.
And number two, she has been sort of running for office all her life. I think she was president of the student council when she was in college. So she's sort of like has made it her occupation to run elections and win. She's done fairly well. She did really badly in 2019 or 2020. But she did so badly in the 2020 primary that she had to drop out in 2019. And now, now she sort of put herself forward as a candidate as the non-Donald Trump, and that's all she stands for. Now, that may be enough in the end, but it doesn't get people very excited. It kind of gets them upset. And also, remember Kamala Harris played a major role in a major cover-up. And that cover-up was the cover-up of Joe Biden's health. I mean, she went before the press on a number of occasions defending him, saying he was as sharp as ever, and that was a lie. That was a lie. That was a and Americans don't like being lied to. I don't think anybody does, and they don't like cover-ups. And she was guilty of a major cover-up. But it all depends on what the outcome is. If she wins, then everything she did was just brilliant and on target and really well thought out. And if she loses, then it'll go to show that you can't beat something with nothing.
But see, I really do think that on some level, look, from my point of view, the fact that they can't necessarily pull away from Trump with all of the negatives that he basically has accumulated over the course of all of these years requires a bit of introspection in regards to the party. Like they have to, on some level, they have to kind of accommodate and explain to themselves, or at the very least to other people, why is a billionaire taking this position of a populace? Like the Democratic Party, that was the party of unions, the party of hippies, party of free speech. That's what they were. And now you have a blue collar billionaire that is screaming that he is fighting for the working class and fighting for America, whereas the Democratic Party ends up with this label of being elitist. That is fascinating. And under no circumstances have I ever heard any of them even try to engage that in an honest way. If you remember, Hillary Clinton just said, well, it was Comey, it was Russians, it was blacks were insufficiently loyal, the environmentalists were being suckered. It was every excuse other than an excuse that delved into what happened. And I guess my question to you is, what the hell happened to the Democratic Party?
Well, there's been a class inversion. 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, that the Democrats were the party of the working class.
Right.
I wouldn't call them a working class party in the way I would call the German Social Democrats a working class party. But they still were the party that attracted support from organized labor and from workers, from minorities, etc. And a great deal has changed. And one thing is number one is that working class people have done very poorly under the Democrats, and the top 10% and the top 1% have done really well under the Democrats. And so therefore they know which side their bread is buttered on, and that is on the Democratic side. Kamala Harris is deeply involved in Silicon Valley and Hollywood. She has her brother-in-law works in Silicon Valley. She is a senator from California. She has very close ties to both industries. She leads the high life, and she enjoys the high life. But she also represents the values of those people who are part of the high life. And even things like like all these celebrity endorsements. I mean, they completely backfired. Who cares what some billionaire rock singer thinks? Why should they think that will change the mind, that will persuade the average voter? Americans are not stupid. They're very savvy. They live in a celebrity-saturated culture. They know what celebrities do, what they are, what their role is, and they're not going to be overly impressed if some rock singer, endorses Kamala Harris. She's impressed, but they're not impressed.
I don't think people care per se if rando singer is backing Harris. It's one thing if they do a concert. I would imagine people are going to enjoy the concert, but I don't necessarily know if they go to Beyonce to get her political advice. What about Liz Cheney though? That I swear, man, for people who are younger, let's say in their 20s, they will not remember this. But I remember Keith Olbermann used to lose his mind on MSNBC when George Bush was in office. And he would do these monologues and he would be thrashing about and slamming stuff. And then you move fast forward to 20 years later. The man that got, 1 million Iraqis killed, that spent $10 trillion to go into Afghanistan and Iraq, that instituted torture as a policy, that got rid of habeas corpus. That guy is the one they're saying is now a statesman, and Donald Trump is somehow Hitler. And they've been using Liz Cheney, somebody who's remarkably unpopular, to try to make this argument to Republicans that basically, hey, if we could beat Trump, we could take back the party. Do you think that's going to work? Like, even if they beat Trump, do you really think that faction of the Republican Party, the Romneys, the Cheneys of the world, are going to get their claws back into the Republican Party? Or do you think Trumpism in some form is here to stay one way or the other?
Yeah, I think Trump. I think even come what may, I think Trumpism will have a lingering effect. I mean, this incident with in which Trump supposedly called for Liz Cheney to be.
I by the way, I have that clip. That I was infuriated by that because he didn't. They literally inverted what he was saying. His point was, give Liz Cheney a gun. She's a chicken hawk. She's not going to be able to want to go out there for war and everything else, but she'll do it in Washington, D.C. And his argument, for the entire time that he was talking to Tucker Carlson, was we need to stop these wars. We've been spending all of this money. We got nothing for it. And then we have to basically leave with nothing but debt. We need to cut it out. And they took that and flipped that into Donald Trump wants to execute Liz Cheney.
It was bonkers. And it was a good example of what's wrong with the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
I mean, that they would twist his words in this way, and they were so unaware of what he was saying. And Liz Cheney responded with some kind of incredibly hawkish speech about how America has got to defend liberty, in 1,000 different military fronts, and she just didn't get it, and the Democrats didn't get it. Now, at one time, 50 years ago, the Democrats were the party of doves.
I know.
And what's amazing is that the Democrats are the hawkish party, and the Republicans are the party of at least let's not go blundering into war. It's a remarkable change, and I don't know what's going to happen tonight, tomorrow, the next day. But I think that that Trumpism is making itself felt, and it's going to have it has had and will continue to have a real tangible impact on American politics.
Let me ask you this: I have a hypothesis in what I think is one of the most damaging aspects for Kamala Harris, at the very least in the race, and it has to do with this clip. Wait a minute, let me see if I can pull the clip. I think it's clip number 3. Okay, maybe not clip number 3. Yeah, this one. All right, let me.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be, and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change in terms of...
Like, in a country... There we are. In a country where the majority of the people said they wanted something different. So, when they were taking a poll, they would say 60 to 70% believe the country is going in the wrong direction. All right. She first gets into the race, and people say, oh my God, she's different. She's younger. She's a woman. She's a person of color. She's, just fundamentally different, even just looking at her. And then she does interviews like that. And they say, hey, what's different about you and Joe Biden? And she says, well, I can't think of anything. Then they say, okay, well, what are you going to do different going forward? I can't think of anything either. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not Donald Trump. For a public who wanted something fundamentally different, and she had that from a outward point of view, but the moment they realized, well, this is just continuity on the inside, I think people soured on her every bit as much as they soured on Joe Biden. At least I could be wrong, but I thought that was a horrible answer. You have to have some way to distinguish yourself from the previous president, especially if you're saying you're a new way forward.
Yeah, but it was a horrible answer, but really it's the only answer she could give. She was the vice president on Joe Biden's watch. She owns those policies. She can't run away from them. And the inflation problem is her problem, and she can't say, oh, I was on vacation, during that period, or that's really all Joe's fault, or I advised a different policy behind the scenes, but I was ignored as a woman. She can't say any of those things. So
Yeah,
she's
that's not gonna
stuck
work.
with it. So all she can do is sort of say like, no, yeah, I backed up Joe at every crucial moment, but yeah, I'm different. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. And I think she was damaged as a direct result of doing that. I could be totally wrong on that. There was another, let me see if this is it. No, that's not it. No. I must have gotten rid of it. I had the clip that you were talking about with the CNN. I mean, because if you remember, CNN did an entire segment on it. Donald Trump tried to kill Liz Cheney, and they went through like 5 different guests, and all of the guests was like, "Oh, this is horrible. This is outrageous. I can't believe somebody would ever do this." Blah 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 blah. And I'm sitting there like, okay, did they even see the clip? Like, I couldn't tell if they were lying or if they literally just hadn't seen the clip and they just was reading what was given to them. I mean, you've been in media far longer than I have. How does that work? I mean, do they just get a script that they're reading?
It's a bubble. It's a bubble.
Yeah.
I mean, they just live in a bubble, and they're surrounded by people who think exactly the same way they do.
Yeah.
The culture is very conformist. People are afraid to step out of line. So they each parrot each other's words, and then when they say something, the other person nods in agreement and says, "Good point." So they reinforce one another,
Mhm.
and as a result, they're completely impervious to reality. I mean, anybody who watched that Trump clip knew exactly what he was saying, and he was not calling for shooting Liz Cheney in the face.
Yeah, of course. right. I know, right?
His imagery was certainly vivid, no question
Yeah.
about it. But the clear meaning of that statement was not to threaten Liz Cheney. It was to use your term. It was to call her a chicken hawk.
Yeah.
And it used to be that that critics of American foreign policy use that term all the time.
Mhm.
Laptop bombardiers. People like Dick Cheney who are plotting the takeover of seven Middle Eastern countries, and that was completely standard rhetoric. But now the Democrats have turned it inside out.
Yeah, it's that 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 one was particularly egregious to me. Like, I thought that was just utterly horrible. All right, so apparently there seems to be nationwide about 54.5%. Okay, I guess this is national polling. I was seeing if anything came out yet. They have the popular vote, Donald Trump, 4,485,000. I guess those are the votes that are already in. What's wild about this? Early voting. So you remember the first time around when Trump lost to Joe Biden, he was complaining heavily about this idea of people voting early. So many Republicans just didn't go out to vote early. This time, this is flipped. And I believe either in Arizona, I think it was Arizona, they called it a rural tsunami, meaning they had so many people that were like rural voters coming in, basically voted for Trump. They were shocked by the number of people that were coming in. Yeah. So that looks like, what is that? Indiana?
That's Kentucky and Ohio.
Okay.
My high school. I still remember my high school geography.
I was sitting here trying to think from the standpoint of the map. All right, so Kentucky and Ohio. Yeah, I get both of those to Trump, and apparently he is getting both of those himself. So there is that. Daniel, is there anything you're looking out for before I let you go? I know we're getting the 7:30 mark. What is the state? What is the thing in this race that you're looking for that's going to give you some kind of context to the direction of the race going forward?
Well, we're just looking for margins.
Yeah.
The question is not only which way the states go, but what the margins look like.
Yeah.
So what will the margins look like in Georgia? How are the two candidates performing? Is Trump running racking up totals ahead of expectations or behind expectations, and that'll give us some idea perhaps of where this thing is going. But you know, as I said, I think we're going to be we're going to be up all night. You're going to be up all night. I'm going to sleep. But we'll be we'll be watching this thing. This could go on for several days before we really know what's happening. So we just we got to have this conversation again. After this is finished, and then everything will be crystal clear.
Daniel Lazar is, there we are. Daniel Lazar is an independent journalist and author, best known as a critic of the U.S. Constitution, American politics, government, and social policy in general. He's written several books, including The Frozen Republic, The Velvet Coup, and America's Undeclared War. You can follow Daniel on X at DHLazar and find his column on weeklyworker.co.uk, many others. And as he pointed out, you can get his work also on Amazon. Daniel, man, thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a look at the most recent, or let's say the latest polling, I should say. This is coming from CNN. And I guess this is Congress. No, this is, Ohio and Kentucky. Is that right? Ohio and, wait a minute, that's not right. Kentucky and Ohio. Is that right? Okay. All right, so Trump is 19. And let's see if they called it somewhere else. I'm just looking for the election a tally page. Oh, CNN, your site sucks. Your site sucks. All right, so far, here we are. Perfect. All right, here we are. So far we have Harris with 3. And know that 3 is coming out of Vermont. Donald Trump is taking Kentucky and Indiana. All right, so far, my map is correct. Kentucky, Indiana, Vermont going to Harris. So far, so good. So far, so good. Oh, this is going to be a long night. This is going to be a brutally long night, to put it mildly. But I'm glad that you guys are here with me as we go through this night. I'm going to have another guest who's going to be coming on shortly. What time is it? 7:30. Yeah. She's going to be coming on shortly, and we are going to continue the analysis up to this point. I haven't seen much of anything. Now, Georgia has changed their rules. So if you remember, Georgia had started to vote counting was going to be on the same day or something to that effect. I don't quite understand what they were trying to pull off. But the fear is that it is going to add a huge amount of time. Yeah, Georgia officials provide update on Fulton County. Let's see.
County manager, board of
Get some sound.
commissioners, board of registration and elections, and the numerous Fulton County departments that supported us in this important effort. We planned, we prepared, and we delivered. Today, over 92,000 voters cast their ballots, adding to the 417,000 who participated in advanced voting, and more than 26,000 absentee by mails that were accepted. These numbers surpassed the total turnout for the 2020 election. Despite a few attempted disruptions,
they are
our
talking about the
staff
vote
and coworkers
tallies. I
remain
don't know if
steadfast
that's the most
in their
interesting
commitment
thing
to
in the
ensuring a
world.
smooth process.
So
In
I
regards to
am
these
going to pull
disruptions,
away
there will
from
be
that one.
5 precincts
I
that have to
am
remain
going to share this tab, and I'm going to keep this tab up. so you guys can see it. Oh, what just happened? There we are. Mhm. Yeah, that works. All right. All right. Today's the day. Today's the day. Who's here? Sue is going to be about 8 hours. So before we know anything, that is true. Fulton County is holding the vote until the rest of the state to see how many votes they need to make up for her. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Mama is in the house. She's at now West Virginia. Let's see what else we got. Did they choose somewhere else also? Yeah, West Virginia. West Virginia has been called. And let's see. Let's see. All right, so this is the map that's updated. Harris with 3, Trump with 23. Trump has been able to pull Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. 61% in Indiana, 62% in Kentucky. That is dominant. West Virginia, they've called it already. They have, they just immediately called it. All right, so I guess what time does? Okay, so New Hampshire is 3% reporting. Massachusetts, they open at 8. DC, 8 o'clock. Yep. So this should be utterly fascinating. Let me get this straight. I want you guys to be able to see it. There we are. So this is what they have so far. Where is it? This, right. All right. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. We are going to be here for a while. That's okay. We're here together. We're going to have a good time. Let's see who else is here. Peachy Pietro, or Pietro, probably for the best. We won't know several days anyways, and only what voters are. You know what's wild about that? When the company sent me to go to Brazil to cover the election with Lula and Bolsonaro, it ended up where they, by 9 o'clock, polls are closed, and within, I don't know, a couple of hours, they were able to get the votes for the entire country. When they were doing the polling for the European Union, keep in mind it's 27 different countries. I think it was like 27 different countries. Again, polls were closed, and they were able to get those results within the same night. I do not understand why we can't do basic fucking math. Like, what happened? Where's the challenge associated with it? And then you have this other phenomena where Donald Trump screams at the top of his lungs that I've been cheated. I've been cheated. It was fraud. Fraud. Ubiquitous fraud. Okay. And then you got all of these other Republicans that joined in with him saying, yeah, I guess there is fraud. We think there's fraud. We think there's a ton of fraud. All right. But none of them do anything real to fix that system. Meaning we are fundamentally stuck with a particular electoral system that allows us to choose who's going to win. That is magnificently important because the other way of doing that is to just kill the opposition. And so we've come up with a civilized way of choosing who's going to take power, who leads, who's the person who's going to take that mantle. And the way we've decided was, okay, we'll have an election. We're going to have the public to choose, public choice. Now, again, even with this is somewhat dodgy. You're getting all of the money that's being dumped into elections. And so despite the fact that a choice is being made, is it really a choice? Meaning, if 90% of the races are won by the side with the most cash, I don't even need to know your political ideology. I just need to be able to put enough cash into the system in order to get a 90% chance of winning. The moment that you know that, is a choice really being made. Now, I know sometimes money can be overcome, don't get me wrong, but we're not talking about the anomaly, we're talking about the norm. The norm is the thing that I care about because that's the thing that's going to happen more often than not the anomaly of somebody beating a ton of money. I guess my point is, it's a choice, but that choice is so screwed with advertisement, with money that goes into political campaigns. We have external sources, let's say like Israel, dumping money into our elections through AIPAC and some of those other organizations. Apparently, if you believe the reports on Mira Adams, or for that matter, Bob Menendez, you get Turkey and all of these other countries also investing money into our politics. But at the very least, in a domestic sense, companies, politicians, advertisement, etc. All of those things directly affect the way that people think about that stuff, especially mainstream media. And as Daniel Lazar pointed out, they get it wrong so often. I mean, in fact, I will show you the video that Lazar was talking about dealing with Trump because it's so egregious. Like, they literally got to the point of going out and saying, let's see if I can find it. There we go. Right here.
I don't think you even need to call it fired upon. He's saying quite explicitly and unambiguously that Liz Cheney should be shot, should be executed by firing squad.
4 days out from Election Day, and former President Donald Trump is escalating his violent rhetoric, suggesting one of his most prominent critics, the former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, should be fired upon.
Your reaction to what Donald Trump said about Liz Cheney?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it was completely inappropriate, dangerous, and unbecoming of a leader. Mr. Trump was literally going after someone who doesn't agree with him. So
That's astonishing.
Surprise when people
God, man, that is astonishing.
9 barrels.
Like,
says 9
the
barrels
idea
at her. That
Donald Trump, in that speech, went after Liz Cheney. He called her a very stupid person. And his entire point was an anti-war speech, meaning the entire conversation he was having with Tucker Carlson was, man, these wars are expensive. These wars are wasting our money and time and resources. Why are we doing this? We don't get anything out of it. We kill a lot of people. This is a pointless endeavor. And he pointed out, if Liz Cheney had her way, we'd be in 50 different countries fighting all of these different wars. And he says she's a chicken hawk. She acts that way in D.C., but if you put a gun in her hand and had her going out there to actually fight somebody, she would think and act differently. That was his entire point. It was easy to get the point. And they mangle that into, well, Donald Trump clearly wants to kill Liz Cheney. Just outrageous. Like, look, man, that stuff, that blew me away. There we are. I am back. I don't know what happened. I just lost the connection all of a sudden, but they let me back in, and we are joined. We have company. Angie Wong is in the house. Political correspondent, journalist, the one and only Angie Wong. How you doing, Angie? Looking good today. How you feel?
I am feeling really, really good. I feel like we have a trifecta that's going to be coming around any minute now. We're going to win the White House. We're going to win Congress. We're going to win the Senate. I'm feeling pretty good tonight.
So I did a map, and I have great confidence in the map that I that I did. I ended up with it's going to hinge on one or two states, and probably even just one state. If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, Trump takes this race. If Harris is able to get Pennsylvania, Trump still has another way of getting there. In fact, I think he has more routes to victory than I think Harris does. Give me your take. What are the states that you think are going to be pivotal? What do you think, like Michigan, Wisconsin, for that matter, North Carolina? Where do you think these battleground states are going to go?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the numbers are coming in for North Carolina right now, only about 4%, so it's still very, very early, and Harris has taken the lead, but only 4%, and that's mainly because of Charlotte and other kind of blue counties. So I think Pennsylvania, everyone's looking at Pennsylvania right now, and it's certainly the state to be looking at.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we're going to see some surprise states as well. I think you're going to see New Hampshire. You're going to see possibly New Jersey, although I'm not really confident about that one. North Carolina, even though right now is swinging to Harris, I think that ultimately it is going to go to Trump. We're waiting for the
Yeah, on my
numbers
map,
for
I gave North Carolina to
Western
Trump.
North
In fact,
Carolina
I
to
gave
come
North
through. That's
Carolina,
where
Arizona,
Hurricane Helene
and
really
Nevada
hit.
to
You're seeing
Trump
a
in my
lot of people
chart.
come out for
I didn't know
Trump
where
there.
Michigan was going to go.
I know. I'm feeling pretty good. I think that there are pathways without Pennsylvania for a
Yeah.
Trump win, but ultimately everyone is eyeing Pennsylvania. It is really annoying that we can't even get early numbers. All we have is early exit polls,
Yeah.
and it's a real toss-up.
Yeah. Yeah. It is going to be a toss up. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do one thing. I need to fix the sound. People are going to start screaming at me.
Yeah, I'm getting a
This.
little bit of an echo. I
There
apologize.
we are. Yeah, yeah. There we are. There we are. The echo should be gone
Yes,
now.
much better.
Okay, good. So yeah, so that's going to be super interesting to see how that turns out. Pennsylvania, it's all eyes on Pennsylvania. Like I said, if Trump takes Pennsylvania, I don't know how Harris wins it. I mean, I was doing my map, and in my map, let me see if I can flip this over. So
I
in my
love your
map,
map.
yeah, wait a minute, give me 1 second. There we are. Yeah, this one is my map. Um, so I gave Nevada, Arizona, Ohio, North
Hey,
Carolina,
Jamal, I think I
Florida, and
lost you.
Georgia. Oh, can you hear me? Wait, can you hear me? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Angie, can you hear me? Angie, can you hear me?
Sorry, no sound.
Oh, okay, understood. All right. So, okay. Angie, can you hear me at all? Okay, I don't think Angie can hear me. So, I'm going to let Angie get to a location where she will be able to hear me. And then we will go from there. But currently, the map looks like this. All right, so Georgia has started to come in, Florida has started to come in, South Carolina has started to come in, and Ohio. Ohio is only at 4%. Florida is at 76%, with Donald Trump at 54.4%. They have not called it yet, though. Oh, Angie Wong's back. Angie,
Hi, I'm
can you
back.
hear me okay?
Sorry about that, you guys. Yeah, I can hear you okay. I just heard you say
No,
that
you're perfectly
Florida
fine. Can you hear me?
76%.
Yeah, Florida's at 76%.
Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure every single county, maybe not Broward, but every other county in Florida is going to go to Trump. I'm really confident that's going to be a huge win. that's no surprise. We've been seeing it since early voting that everything is going forward.
Yeah.
And
I
we
get the
also
sense
saw
that Florida,
the
Georgia,
case.
North Carolina, I think he's going to take all three of those. I could be wrong, but I think he has a strong chance of doing it. That's what I mean. Donald Trump seems to have, weirdly enough, a mathematical better chance of getting some of this stuff because of it seems like he was stronger in the battleground states. Even if he doesn't necessarily get the popular vote, he did seem stronger in the states, at least going by the polling. What was your assessment of that? Why do you think that Harris struggled so much going towards the end of the race?
Why do you think he's heading in a strong direction into the race? Well, I mean, it's very clear. I mean, I think he's always been performing very strong. We know that Donald Trump is a closer, and he is closing in the right fashion as we speak. He knew exactly what states to pop into. He was able to pull that extra point or two from the swing states, and I think that's where you get to see tonight. I mean, ultimately, the polls that we've been seeing, they've been having Harris and Trump neck and neck, pretty much tied for the last 2 to 3 weeks. But I think the internal pollings have shown a completely different story. And we've always known that based on 2016 and 2020, that Trump always polls below its actual numbers. I mean, do you remember the New York Times projecting a 91% win for Hillary Clinton the day
on the night the very night that she lost? I would never forget that. We have another guest, Peter Coffin. What is going on, Peter? How you doing this today?
I'm good. About yourself?
I am doing great. Better that you are with us. I wanted to have a panel today. I was able to get both of you guys on. Peter, give me your take in regards to the overall context of this election. Is there anything that has stood out in a way that has been either awkward, strange, or for that matter, interesting in general? What has stood out for you in this particular election?
Well, the 2 assassination attempts, I think, is probably
there's that.
That's the thing. I mean, that's not something we're really used to. Well, even one of them, and we had. I mean, one actually kind of almost got executed, and one was thwarted a little bit earlier. But that's a very. I mean, that stands out. The fact they took one of the candidates out premature, like really early, and swapped somebody else in without a primary. I mean, there's a whole lot of just like what is going on here stuff. But in terms of what I'm seeing currently with like where we're going with, we've got Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, and I think we kind of knew that those were going to go for Trump. It doesn't look weird yet in any way. Like this is pretty much what I would be expecting. What it looks like right now. So.
What would be, and I guess I'm going to get both of you to answer this one. If you see what this election night, would you think it's going either Harris or Trump? And I guess for me, it's Pennsylvania. Whatever Pennsylvania goes, I think, well, that's not entirely true. If Trump takes Pennsylvania, I believe Harris loses. If Harris takes Pennsylvania, there's still outlets for Trump to win. It's very weird. I mean, all of this stuff is really hinging on like one state. For example, if one gets Michigan, for example, well, that will be an anomaly, in which case, again, it makes Harris' chances harder. I'm fascinated by this just because of the how close this race is. Peter, from your point of view, and Angie, I'm going to bring you in on this. Why do you think that with everything that has been going on with Trump, 90 indictments, nearly shot twice, they blame him for January 6th. He didn't want to leave the race. He got impeached twice. He's been called a sexual abuser. All of this stuff has been laid on Trump. And yet, the Democrat, like all of this stuff would have been, that would have ended campaigns going back in 2000s or in the 1990s. Sure. How has he been so impervious to all of it to the point where the Democratic Party cannot better Donald Trump in this way? Like, meaning it's not like she's pulling away in the polls. If anything, she started to fall in the polls towards the end. I guess my curiosity is, A, how does a billionaire take over the spot of the fighting for the worker or the populist candidate, where the Democratic Party, who used to be the party of unions, ends up being called elitist? How does that happen? I'm super curious about that. Peter, let me get you first, and then Angie, I want to you answer that second.
Well, I think largely it's because of, I have to say how the Democrats have acted towards people. They've generally just sort of been really elitist. Like, I'm looking for a tweet that I had earlier today. It was just a very simple, like, all right, yeah. So somebody named Zach Weinberg replied to another tweet saying, "Why are Democrats 5 times more likely to trust mainstream media than Republicans are?" And the response I saw was, "Because they're smarter. The data shows this. You are much more likely to be a Democrat the more educated you are. Sorry, it doesn't feel good to say this, but it's the truth."
But see, they think that, though. They legitimately think that. And by the way, that's not just Democrats here. Liberals in general think that. When I was in Europe covering that election, and you would be talking to people, and they would be like, yeah, they're uneducated, they're racist, they don't like immigrants and everything else. Missing the fact that, dude, your prices have gone up 5 times as much. You don't seem to care about the fact that you're at the brink of war. And these people, at the very least, are going in a particular direction where they are trying to change things. It is super bizarre. They just don't see it.
Yeah, it's that, though. Like, the reason they appear elitist is because they have just painted themselves into a corner with elitism. And whether or not you consider Trump the antidote to that, I don't personally. But he gestures towards the working class as though they matter. They may not matter to him personally. I can't read inside of his mind. I doubt they really particularly matter to him.
I don't think he cares.
Working at McDonald's for an hour, even though it's a PR stunt, it's saying, you are part of the equation for me. I have to gesture towards you at very least because you actually matter in this. It's your votes, which the Democrats, I feel like they just don't care about that sort of thing. If somebody doesn't vote for Democrat, it's because they're stupid. So that image has been, magnified, particularly over the last 10 years, but I want to say over the last 20, last 10, post Obama, I think particularly, because Obama did an all right job of gesturing towards the working class during the elections, at very least,
especially the 1% stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't, as much as Bernie Sanders was that, but a lot more. It came across as the Democrats stomped him down as hard as they could. They don't want that. So the fact that he did that gesturing and his party just annihilated him 2 straight elections in a row, I might add.
That's not who they were effectively.
Yeah, exactly.
Meaning,
and
when
they
I
called
grew
him
up,
sexist.
The Democratic Party would say that they're basically what Bernie Sanders was. That's the voice they used to give. And then when Sanders finally ran, like you said, they stomped him down. They basically crushed his campaign twice. No,
and they called him sexist. Like they went after him as a sexist,
right?
Which is just totally absurd. That man is like, as much as I have problems with him endorsing various people in post, like if I were him, I would absolutely not lend my support to the Democratic Party that stomped down my entire agenda twice.
Agreed.
But he's like, and this is the thing that I would say probably most, he's like the gentlest old man out there. Like, he's just some nice old guy who wears sweaters and stuff. Like, I wish he would retire and stop endorsing Democrats so people would just look at him positively again.
Well, I wish he was strong enough to go, because from my point of view, when you have that many people, let's say 20, 30, 40 million people that will cross across high glass to put you in office, that's power.
Exactly.
Now, whether you choose to use it or not is a secondary thing. Sanders was never willing to use it because he was so terrified that a Republican would win. And so he was always, even in that race with Hillary Clinton, if you remember, Sanders didn't run that race like we're equals. He ran that race almost as an opposition candidate, just as a challenge.
There's a deference that wasn't really necessary. You're literally like, it's literally a person who dislikes your platform and what you want to do as much as the Republican does.
Right. Yeah, I don't get it. He didn't have it in him. It was just what it boils down to. He just didn't have it in him. He wasn't that guy. I mean, I think he's a good man ultimately.
Yeah.
And, I do think people like him. But, when Obama was going after Hillary Clinton, there was no deference in that conversation.
He was
Obama tried to
actually,
put a knife in her from early on. He
and it
wanted to
worked.
win it.
Like,
And from his point of view, I'm going to win this. I'm not going to care about what's going to take place after. I'm going to win this race. And Sanders didn't necessarily have that in him. From your point of view, what happens if Harris loses this race?
well, I think my expectations will be met. I guess that's probably gonna happen. I don't think she's gonna win this. I mean, I'm joking, obvious. I'm not entirely joking, but I'm saying it in a joking way. I mean, to me, there has been a crisis of legitimacy this whole year that they've been having to deal with in just like in terms of being the Democratic Party and swatting down what people view as democracy, which is a primary, but like for other reasons as well. Their primary candidate has mental decline and they had to take him out of the race. And the second candidate they put in doesn't have mental decline, but seems not to have previously had mental incline. Like it seems not to have gone up to the point that it needed to be in the first place. So to me, it seems like they have demonstrated to people that they don't know what they're doing. And on top of that, they're super elitist and swat down any opposition or even slightly like Sanders is just slightly outside of the mainstream in the United States. He's a mainstream center left candidate in like any other country. He's not a radical by any means. And they swatted him down as though he was Fidel Castro.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean, the way Chris Matthews explained it, I would never forget it. Chris Matthews said they were concerned that Sanders was going to take the party. That if they allowed Sanders to win, then Sanders was going to take the party for a generation. And so from their point of view, they wanted to basically give it over to Trump. They even said, he opined openly on air, maybe we should let Trump win it because if Sanders takes it, he's going to take it for a generation. Just outrageous. But it made it super clear to me that they were not what they said they were.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just that. They've done so many other things. Like I said, the whole crisis of legitimacy, they've sort of created and handled badly themselves this year alone. I don't know. To me, it looks like, I don't want to say like the party is going to collapse and disappear because I don't think that's true, but it looks like a huge disaster for them to me if she loses. It looks like a confirmation that everything that people have criticized them for is just completely true. They're elitist. They don't know how to connect with people. They don't know how to run a race. They don't know how to nominate a good candidate, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's essentially true if she loses. And that is a lot to come back from. It's not a simple thing to prove to everybody that you're not completely inept after you have on every front proven you're completely inept.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. I agree with you because I don't know, like, this is not like Obama, right? Like Obama had a group around him. He had an organization around him.
Yeah.
And even with this thing of, it was a historic feel to it. He had a certain gravitas. He was gifted in his ability to communicate. That is not Harris.
No.
And she doesn't have those gifts like that. And more to the point, I don't even know why she's running. Like there's not like a theme for her in this race. Like I am running to do X or I'm running to do Y. I'm running to provide Medicare for all. I'm running to provide Obamacare. Like some reason for your existence in this political space as opposed to just, well, I just want power. Which is not the most satisfying thing in the world for a person who's running to be president of the United States. I think that hurts her. And I even think not having the primary process damaged her. If you think of the Republican primary process, that thing went on for weeks. And as it goes on for weeks, they're talking about their policy, they're talking about their strategy, they're giving the American public all of this Republican stuff. Well, the Democrats didn't have that. They just chose a candidate. So that, 3 months of going into a person and trying to figure out the weak points, trying to figure out their strong points, that never happened with Harris. She immediately was in the race with 3 months to go, without any of that prep work or anything else in order to kind of nail her down in the perspective of the American public. What are your thoughts on that? Or do you think I'm overblowing that?
Well, as somebody who is from the middle class, I'm sorry, no. I don't know. Like, I guess what I'm demonstrating here is by saying that it's just like it's such a there is no goal, there's no message. Like, joy is not. I'm sorry. Like, I like joy. I'm a fan of feeling good, but that is not that's not a theme. And then when you're claiming it's about joy, but all you do is talk about how we're headed into fascism, it's really, really hard for anybody, even if you don't take joy seriously as a political message, or sorry, even if you do take joy seriously as a political message, is really, really hard to, as somebody is saying, I'm the party of joy. Also fascism.
Yeah,
fascism
he's
is here.
Hitler. He's a fascist. They're Nazis, etc., etc. And we have a new guest, Jen Perlman. What's going on, Jen? How you doing today?
I am good. How are you? Hi, Peter.
I am great. Better that you are with me. I am glad to have both of you to have this conversation. What I asked Peter about was this idea, like if they lose, if Harris loses this race. For Trump, I kind of get it, right? There's going to be some vestige of Trumpism that kind of limps along and it's going to form into something else. I have no idea what the Democratic Party does. I don't know who takes over. I don't know who becomes one of the leaders of the party. I don't know what happens to Harris. Like, what do you think happens to the Democratic Party if they lose? And I guess more importantly, do you think there will be some kind of introspection, like an autopsy, to figure out why? Or do you think it's just going to be same old, where those people are racist and bigoted and stupid and they're uneducated? And if they would have, were bright, they would have just selected the Democratic Party. Are they going to push this off on other people? Or do you think they're going to have finally a come to Jesus moment? Give me your thoughts. What happened if they lose?
Well, they're already setting it up. I mean, they're already with the Russia, they're already, Jill Stein and, all their other fear mongering. So they're already setting it up to do that. Mm-hmm. And I have not, just so you know, I'm coming in cold. I have not looked at the news. I do not, and I don't want to. I kind of feel like somebody who records a ball game. Like, I don't want to know until it's the end. Like, just tell me who wins. I'm so sick.
Just tell me who wins.
Just tell me who wins. But no, I think that, all right. So no swing states yet.
Well, okay. So we have a few in. So Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana.
Can you see my little green dot? Do you see my green dot?
And this is Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Maryland. Those have gone to Harris. So far, we have 93 to, 33, I believe, for Harris.
None of these states matter. I hate to say that. None of those states matter. We all know what matters.
Say it one more time.
None of those states matter at this point. Like, we don't know until we start saying swing states. Like, and the issue is that they're making a very calculated bet. And I say they, the Democrats, that they're calculating that they could win this without the left, without the Muslims, without like these large groups of people, save maybe some angry Puerto Ricans that have jumped back in with them for whatever reason, that maybe were riding the Trump train. And again, the irony of that is that I don't know that it's just ridiculous. But so I don't see how they think that, and then they send Bill Clinton to Michigan to basically tell the Muslims how we know we're killing your people, but we have to because, Israel.
Yeah, it's hard out there for a Jew.
I think that went over just about as well.
Position. They've been sending people out there left and right. They sent Obama out there. They sent Keith Ellison. I did a video earlier today on Keith Ellison because I get sick of these people downplaying genocide. Like they would argue, my heart goes out to all of the people that have been dying and they've been getting killed. And that's so sad. There's been this and this and this. However, we need to get Harris elected. And I always hate the however part because it's like you're yada-yadaing a lot of miserable stuff. And they act as if we are somehow separate and distinct from it. Like, well, Israel is just doing that. And, they're their own country. They can do whatever they want.
We've asked them to stop.
70%
We've asked them to
of all
stop.
of it. So it's
stop.
not a situation where we are completely separate from it and we don't have any power over it. We give them money, bullets, guns, missiles, intelligence, and diplomatic and political support. When Matt Miller, that psychopath, gets out there and lies over and over and over again. There was like 500 people have been killed. And you said you've been doing an investigation for the last year. Have you come to any conclusions? No, we're still doing investigations. That stuff is frustrating. Yeah, I agree with you. They seem to have tried to run this race where they basically are blowing off the left and running around with Dick Cheney. Peter, I'm going to go to you. Do you think that's going to work? Is Liz Cheney really going to bring in, I guess you could say, the conservative element that Harris is trying to entice?
I would say I can't imagine it would. Maybe a few, but it's hard for me to believe that you're going to do a major, like,
one second.
Sorry. What's up?
What's going on? Damn it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
You're having technical difficulties?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
This. Okay. 1 second. There we are. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I made a mistake. I hit the wrong button. Okay, Peter, go for it. I'm sorry.
No problem. I think that no, they're not going to be able to peel off a meaningful amount.
Peter,
of
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, we hear you just fine.
Oh, what did I do?
Yeah, I don't think he hears us.
Yeah, I don't think he does. But yeah, they're not going to peel off a meaningful contingent of votes.
No, I don't think so either. And I think that I don't know if it's as much that it was really a calculation or just the fact that those are the people that they are aligned with. I mean, at the end of the day, that's really where they are. This Democratic Party is to the right of Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Seriousness.
So I don't know. Like, it isn't necessarily, honestly, the fact that they are aligned with the Cheneys.
Okay, try now, Peter.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us?
Still can't hear you. Why can't I hear you?
I don't know. Yeah. We hear you, but I'm just trying to make a conversation as somebody with a podcast and knows that dead air is not good.
There we are.
Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, guys. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yeah,
okay.
Can you hear
I'm
us
sorry.
now?
Try that one more time.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that it's going to meaningfully peel off any specific amount of votes. I think it's going to peel off maybe a few. Like Jen was saying, it's kind of, we've got a Democratic Party that's to the left of Reagan for all intents and purposes. I'll let you continue your point,
to the
Jen.
Right of Reagan.
Yeah, sorry. To the right of Reagan. Sorry. I'll let you continue your point, Jen, though.
Oh, I was just trying. I just know it's bad to have dead air time.
Yes.
And so I was trying to avoid that. But
I appreciate it. For the life, I hit the button, and for the life of me, I could not find. It's just a lot going on. That's all. I'm sorry. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it.
I mean, I've seen the other thing is, like, you see the kind of the left that is actually like very principled is very against Kamala, and then the left that is, the grin and bear it left, I've seen a tweet from popular YouTube leftist H Bomber guy saying, I think you should always vote for the least worst option in the election, regardless of choices. But it's not up to me due to some proceedings I will not go into. And he's British. That's the reason. But somebody says just one small problem. There's no such thing as a least worst genocide. And it's like, yes, that's exactly, like, you can't do that. So, like, the leftists that are committed to, tailing the Democratic Party and being blue no matter what, even though they claim that they're not, and they act like they're very upset about having to vote for the least worst option. You have the left basically fighting with itself, and a meaningful amount of it isn't going to vote for Kamala. and then you have Kamala using the right to try to get the right votes, but it's not going to work because they all think she's a communist, which is patently absurd.
So that to me is hilarious. How
is.
hilarious is that? I don't think Kamala could maybe even define communist, but like I just find that really funny that she's so,
I do find it
they're
funny
so
too. I mean,
right-wing
like
and
she's running
authoritarian.
around with Liz Cheney, and I remember Malik pointed out. He says,
Right.
"Has Kamala Harris or Liz Cheney ever said she'd agree with any particular policy that Kamala Harris has come up with?"
Yeah.
No, she just hates Trump, and I think a lot of that is just her being pissed
Yeah.
because he supported whatever her opposition.
Yeah. And then the other thing, so Kamala's dad is a Marxist professor, but she hates him. Like, like she literally hates him. So it's like, I don't, that's the funniest part to me. They call her a communist all day. And they say, her dad's a Marxist professor, so she's a communist. Like, she hates him. Like, she is in every way like the sort of rejecting the image of her father and what her father stands for. She's done it multiple times. She does it in her book. It's just like, it's so absurd to call her a communist.
Well, the wild part about it is nobody on the left would think of that. Like, meaning if they talked to anybody that was on the left, they would have said she's a flip-flopper. She doesn't necessarily be consistent, or she's not consistent.
No.
They would say we don't necessarily know what she actually wants, meaning she may come across more transitional than having these kind of set principles that she's trying to fight for, which leaves this kind of question of what the hell is she going to do in that office? I have no idea what Harris is going to do in that office. I'm assuming she's going to maintain Biden's policies, but short of that, it's a crapshoot because it's something that didn't really come up. And, you know, when you put it in context, we're whistling past the graveyard in 2 wars, both of which are dealing with nuclear power countries. Israel is a nuclear power country. And at any point, Israel, especially after they get hit by Iran again, they can say, well, we have a casus belli to use our nukes because we are now in an existential crisis. Like, we have gone so far down this particular path, and yet the person who we're going to put in our office, we have no idea what she is going to do. I'm terrified of that.
I think we do know. And I think we know because I know who her sponsors are. Like, let's say this was NASCAR and Kamala had to wear the sponsorship logos. It would be Clinton Foundation. It would say Team Hillary. It would say, I work for Hillary Clinton. That's what I think it would say. And so with that in mind, what we would get would be potentially 8 years of Clintonism, which I actually think would kill us. That to me, and people think Trump is horrible. Honestly, I don't know what will arise after 8 years of neoliberal, like that to me is, it's not the lesser of 2 evils that they think it is.
Well, it terrifies me on a few fronts, even around the free speech stuff. I mean, if you remember, as I keep pointing out, you know, Noam Chomsky used to say freedom of speech is specifically for the speech you don't like. Because again, if you wouldn't need to make a law about it if everybody basically agreed. And when you're dealing with something like the First Amendment, where it becomes imperative, meaning, yes, you're going to get people who do porn. You're going to get people who say stupid stuff. But you also are going to get people who say things that are necessary for that particular moment to keep a country out of war or to keep the country just out of chaos. And the government may be against the person saying it, may dislike it, but that is the point of the First Amendment. And so you have this situation where Kamala Harris is effectively saying, yeah, we need to do something about Twitter because, you know, we can't have people giving their points of view like that. We have John Kerry saying the First Amendment is a problem and it needs to be retooled or restructured. You get Hillary Clinton saying she wants to put people in jail for putting out misinformation, which is just super ironic. Like, this is what they've become. It's terrifying. Even the organizations that Biden was setting up in the White House, so the Ministry of Truth, so they can basically do an end run around the First Amendment in order to get social media companies to either prioritize or deprioritize certain information. That stuff is terrifying to me. And that seems to be something that is fully within the Democratic wheelhouse at this point. I have no idea what just happened. What happened? Peter, give me your take on that. I mean, you've seen this kind of monetization of reality. I mean, hell, that's your book.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen this kind of escalation in regards to their need and want to control and manage speech and opinion?
Yeah. I mean, I do feel like it's escalated. Like I do consider the like sort of end of the 2010s, like you start seeing much more authoritarian like sounding rhetoric coming from liberals. As it was as Obama was in office, and I feel like around the time the Affordable Care Act was passed, and a lot of the left was kind of like, this really doesn't do what we want done. Like they sort of started with the left, and then they went with the right, and then stuff on the internet happened, like Gamergate, like your Charlottesville stuff, your alt-right stuff. All of those types of things, I feel like, just sort of condition the liberals to want nobody to be able to talk but them, because they consider it so distasteful and awful that anybody could say things, and they think that the reason that those things happen is because people said things, which it's not. There's reasons that are far beyond that for why those things happen.
Well, also, Jen, I'd go to you on this one. They also miss the fact that either the lying, the misrepresentation, the getting things wrong has basically gut confidence in, let's say, sources that would typically have been information sources. So when they say that weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and we get 1 million Iraqis killed, okay, well, that was a lie. Even recently, the Donald Trump thing, where they came out with straight-face CNN, they want to execute Liz Cheney. Donald Trump says he wants to execute Liz Cheney. And they would bring on guests after guests after guests to talk about Donald Trump wanting to execute Liz Cheney. The original conversation really was literally, we need to stop these wars. And they took that conversation and flipped it into Donald Trump wants to execute Liz Cheney, because after all, he's Hitler and he's a fascist, and fascists tend to put people in walls and shoot them in the face. And so Donald Trump, who's a fascist and a Hitler, has now just said he wanted to execute Liz Cheney. Like, that stuff is outrageous. And when you hear that, you start to lose, those places start to lose credibility. And I think that's their issue. That they're so arrogant that they believe that they're just right. And so if we need to get rid of certain speech, if we need to curtail what people are doing, well, we are just right. We're morally superior in general. And then on the other side of that, it's like, well, we need people to listen to our information sources. Missing the fact that it's the loss of credibility in those information sources that push people to look in other areas. Jen, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, go for it, Jen. Yeah.
Yeah. So for sure, it's a huge problem because, well, for me personally, like I'm sort of a free speech absolutist person. I am good with speech. I don't care. I don't care if it's hate speech. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I actually like to know who my bigots are. I find it very comforting to know exactly who and where the bigots are. So for me, all of this stuff is because see, the problem with the sanctimoniousness of the Democrats is not only do they think they know better and they're morally superior, but they actually think if they keep these things from being out there, they'll just go away.
Right.
You know, sort of like how Republicans feel about LGBTQ. If we don't talk about it, they'll like, oh my God, where did all these trans people come from now? They were just, everybody's trans now. So like Democrats, I feel like are like that with their level of sanctimony. You know, even just the other day with Biden saying about the garbage, and now you have all these people going in MAGA hats wearing garbage bags to the polls and voting as a total FU.
Yeah.
But so for me, I think all speech is something that on a public platform needs to be out there. It needs to be out there unless it is somebody calling for an imminent threat of violence or imminent harm, like fire in a crowded room. Like we all know the friggin' rules. It's not complicated. So
are we saying make it a utility? Is that what we're thinking? That the internet should be a utility with First Amendment rights baked into it? I mean, and I know people will say, well, it's a private company.
But it shouldn't be.
I don't think that argument flies. I mean, bakeries are private companies, but those bakeries can't necessarily say, well, I'm not going to bake this cake because you're gay, or I'm not going to bake this cake because you're, Black. It's the same thing, right? I mean, you have to build handicap lanes outside of businesses to ensure for the American Disabilities Act. Meaning we ask businesses to do things all the time that go beyond just their typical capabilities or things they may even want to do.
Public broadband needs to be a thing. I think we should have public broadband.
Do you think that solves more issues, or do you think that creates more issues?
what Jen was saying, we do need public broadband. I agree with that entirely.
Yeah.
Nationalizing broadband internet would be a fantastic step. But on the other hand, like, to me, it looks like the issue. Yes, I understand we expect certain things of private companies, sure,
right.
But those things aren't necessarily. I don't really consider denial of service on a certain type of thing. I don't consider that the same thing, because we're talking about like communication lines. We're talking about what we considered before, like the equivalent of this would be like the telephone, as opposed to say television. The telephone, if you were attempting to treat it as though it was not a utility, then you would have to monitor absolutely everybody, which is terrifying. I don't want that for the internet. I don't think, I mean, obviously there's to some extent that does exist, but further, like, you could be punished for expressing something to one other person. And not only could you be punished for it, but the telecom company would be punished for it, because they would be considered responsible for it. And that's just from a logistics perspective, completely impossible. It's absurd. It's insane. And B, it's extremely totalitarian, in my opinion. It doesn't just violate the First Amendment. It goes well beyond that. That's, people love bringing up 1984. And then other people are like, yeah, you're just bringing up 1984. It sounds stupid. But like, that is 1984. Like, it's Orwellian. I'm not saying that. I generally try not to bring up 1984. But that is exactly what they're portraying in that. Like, all of the lines tapped. All in the modern equivalent would be all of the broadband tapped.
Yeah.
All of your internet history forked over to the government. Your
it
private
kind of
conversation.
Is, though. Isn't
it?
I
mean, it is. Yeah. No.
Didn't we find that out? Isn't that what we found out from Snowden?
In the Twitter files. Yeah.
I mean, like, isn't that the deal? I mean, that's what I mean. I feel like the jig is up on that. Like, we're already having that, so we might as well just have everybody have open and free access to a public forum.
The way I see it,
freaks me out. I got to be honest. I mean, and because it goes beyond just looking at people's information, even the propaganda thing, right? I mean, because part of the issue with the news that they want to control is, well, we want people to get the information that we want them to have. We want them to think a certain way, which means we need to influence the information with a certain spin in order to get them to think a particular way. And when you're looking at some of the things they're saying, unprovoked war in Ukraine. Okay, well, come on, that wasn't unprovoked. It all started on October 7th. Russia blew up its own pipeline. I mean, you can go down the list with one thing after the next that these guys have basically made up and shaped this kind of reality. The ghost of Kiev. I mean, oh God. Like, it is. I remember when I was at the company, it was so over the top. Some of the things that they were saying across the board, whether it was on Israel, whether it was on Ukraine, whether it was on North Korea. And it's always geared towards this notion of, you can't have peace. It's no point in even asking for it. They would attack Trump for making a deal with North Korea. So that's apparently a bad thing. They would attack Trump for trying to make a deal with Ukraine, basically to stop that war. So apparently that's a bad thing. They attacked him for pulling out of Syria, or kind of pulling out of Syria, and attacked him for pulling out of Afghanistan. So it's like, issues of peace, okay, we can't have that. We need to have these permanent wars. And for that, you have to have a certain amount of propaganda in order to get the public in a mindset to even have these wars. At least that's my take. Anyway, it terrifies me. I really am shocked by the level that they've gotten. I mean, for God's sake, they took us off air. I mean, the federal government literally got involved and said, we are going to take your little podunk network off the air because we don't necessarily like the things that you're saying on that network. That's astonishing. That's astonishing. And that's terrifying.
It's horrifying. It is. It's horrifying. Like, this, everything is very scary right now. All of this, which is why when somebody points at Trump, says, orange man, fascist, I'm thinking, wake up and smell the fascism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we've been there. We crossed over quite a while ago. And it's only a matter of people in the upper elitist classes, when they start to feel moderately uncomfortable, that they notice the problem. And most of what we're talking about is on class lines. I've noticed this. And it's like these people that are very comfortable with their little lives. Yeah, ultimately they're going to fall in line with Kamala Harris because they don't want their little Apple cart upset. Those of us who, and I'm not saying I'm one of the people that has nothing to lose. And at this point, I don't have family in Gaza, but like from the mindset of the vulnerable people of the world, right? They're not with that, you know? So it's all along class lines here, how this is going. And the people that get their panties in a bunch, it's always when they're uncomfortable. Like the Jewish students at Columbia feel uncomfortable. They call it unsafe. And I defy that. I find that ridiculous. They don't feel unsafe. They've never in their lives felt fucking unsafe. They feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So it's infuriating to me that we can't distinguish between discomfort and unsafe. And that's what I find in the elitist classes. Like if they're uncomfortable, then we have to stop it.
Well, I noticed something else that takes place because you're completely right. Liberals would get very uncomfortable with speech, but they would be okay with war. I found that very bizarre. So, for example, in this clip, this is Liz Cheney with Whoopi Goldberg. Now, Whoopi Goldberg, in this clip, I want you to listen to what Whoopi Goldberg says here because it's mind-blowing. And again, they're talking about Liz Cheney.
So you could conceivably be a great AG if this was. And I say this because your moral core is magnificent. I know you probably don't want it, you don't want to think about it, but I just feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC.
Think about that.
No,
they're
that's
talking about Liz fucking Cheney. And they're like, oh, your morality is just so on point. Your moral core is just so on point. Liz Cheney wants to invade one country after the next. She has the same political ideology as her dad. And for whatever particular reason, Whoopi Goldberg is okay with the killing and the maiming and the going into other countries and invading and the bombs and whatnot. However, Donald Trump's manner bugs her. Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump 85% of the time when they were in Congress. What the hell is Whoopi Goldberg talking about?
He's offensive to her. He makes her uncomfortable. And she doesn't like to feel uncomfortable. I find that whole thing just so grotesque. And it's not just that it's Liz Cheney, although that is absurd. The idea of her being AG would be brilliant if she'd be willing to prosecute her father. See, now that I could almost get behind. Like if we said, okay, we'll make you AG, but you have to actually prosecute war criminals like your dad. See how that goes. But don't forget also, here's another wacko thing. Kamala was bragging about how her economic plan has been endorsed by Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
Like that's, to me, that's the economic equivalent as saying on foreign policy, I'm with the Cheneys. Just tie that thing up in a bow and acknowledge that you've crossed over to the dark side. Like that's
But like you said, she abandoned the left. I mean, she is going with this policy of, well, maybe I don't need them. Maybe I could never get them anyway, but I'm going to reach out to regular Republicans because the left has nowhere to go. That seems to be the plan on this. Give me your thoughts, Peter. You think this is going to work?
Well, no. And I also think that it's extra bizarre because, I mean, obviously it's not Kamala that has said this, but the Whoopi Goldberg clip, Whoopi is talking about, forget that it's Liz Cheney or anybody. Whoopi is talking like her ideal person for the CIA.
Yeah.
Who on the left or right, like, is like, well, I have my serious picks for the head of the CIA.
Seriously.
Like nobody on who has any serious like historical knowledge of the CIA wants the CIA at all. Like, it's so absurd. It's turning everybody. That turns everybody off, and they just don't see it. It doesn't matter if it's Whoopi Goldberg or the people running Kamala's campaign. They just don't see how like alienating they are towards anybody who is either, a worker or a regular person, or just even people who have some sort of historical context for what's going on worldwide. It's bewildering.
Yeah,
it is.
No, please, Jen, go for it.
No, I was just going to say that's why I very much think it's a class thing, because like people who have really suffered, like it's just they're in a different mindset, I think that there just shows how out of touch, and not just sanctimonious, but so out of touch. Like they're absurd. And it reminds me, like when I was a kid, and I remember, was it George Herbert Walker Bush? It was Bush Sr. went to the supermarket, and they had just gotten the scanners. Like this was his first time at the supermarket, and they had been out for years at this point, but like this was the first time he had been to the supermarket with the scanners. And he was just like, and we were laughing as Democrats, like how absurd that he doesn't even know that their supermarkets. And that to me is now completely where these Democrats are. You have Obama coming out of his Martha's Vineyard estate to come lecture black men, which didn't go over very well. You've got Bill Clinton standing in Michigan telling Palestinians that they have to sacrifice their loved ones because Israel. You know, like it's almost like they're trying to lose. Like sometimes I think they're trying to lose.
It's arrogance on some level. I think from their point of view, Donald Trump is the devil. And I think they think that they can leverage the devil and convince people that, hey, he's the devil. So regardless of what we are, you should vote for us. Don't, what does Joe Biden say? Don't compare me to the, Jesus. Compare me to the guy I'm running against. I think that's their point of view, which is the reason why anytime something comes up, Kamala Harris always says, well, Donald Trump is doing this, and Donald Trump is this, and Donald Trump is that. She continuously invokes him on everything. It doesn't matter what you do. It's like, how's your day going? My day is going well, but Donald Trump peed on a flower or something. Like it's always, it's voluminous. It never ends. I think that Democrats, because of the way they see him, they think that other people see him in the same way, where they can basically use it almost like a nuclear weapon. Either you allow me to win, or we're going to punish you with Trump. I don't know if the overwhelming majority of the American public sees Trump in the way that they do, though. So I don't know if that's going to work.
They don't. I can tell you they don't. And I can tell you something that we've talked about a lot is the hidden Trump vote. There is a secret Trump vote, and it is very real. And there is no secret Kamala vote. I can tell you that. There is no secret Kamala vote. And I have been seeing, I've been doing this now, like canvassing, going through neighborhoods, knocking doors for the better part of the past 6 years. And when Hillary ran, right? Like I was a Bernie person. I had no interest in her, but there were Hillary signs all over. Like I'm in Broward County, bluest county in Florida, Hillary signs everywhere. In 20, when Joe ran, there was I saw maybe 2 signs. I saw no signs whatsoever. And he barely won the election. Barely won. And not only that, but barely won Broward County. Okay, so even though Florida is Florida, but so if he wasn't able to do that, how in the world is this not going to be landslide-ish looking? That's what I don't understand. They've only lost people. They haven't gained anybody in the past few years.
That's the interesting thing about the Democratic Party. They rely on identity politics and these sort of market fragmenting techniques in order to lock down demographics for their voting. But the thing is when you do that, you eventually bring people down to, okay, well, I actually am in competition with that other demographic. And it ends up, instead of, locking these people down for you're playing them against each other. And one of them is going to be like, all right, you know what? I don't feel welcome here anymore. It is a strategy that is ultimately just it is only alienating. I equate it to a fandom and stuff on I consider fandom a social ideology, and it's always about getting a more niche, more specific type of person who is more hyper engaged and more very if you say the one wrong word, they cancel you. And the whole thing, it's getting us down to these very base, very extremely specific people. And the more you do that, the less like the normal people want to be
Right.
involved,
The less
that people,
compatibility that you have. I mean, keep in mind,
you
Elon
end
Musk
up,
used to be a
you
Democrat.
alienate
I mean,
everybody. And
Joe Rogan
yeah,
used to be a Democrat. Like these, and they
yes.
act like Joe Rogan is the devil, which is just mind blowing to me. But it's
When he
like
endorsed Sanders, they did.
you're alienating all of these people who, under normal circumstances, used to be affiliated with the Democratic Party. It's utterly and entirely bizarre, and they don't see it. And I don't know if it's because of Trump, like meaning when Trump came on the scene, it just screwed their brains up. I don't know if it's just a permutation that the party was always going to go through. Like somebody will make the argument that liberalism, this is the highest expression of liberalism in the way that it functions and operates.
Yeah.
I don't know. But they have taken the wrong turn somewhere. I mean, hell, RFK was a Democrat.
So
and
was
even they
Tulsi.
evicted him, Tulsi Gabbard. They evicted her. They were calling her an Assad apologist, a Putin puppet, and all this other nonsense just because she wanted to stop the wars. I don't know what happened to the Democratic Party. I honest to God don't.
I would argue
corporatism. I would suggest it's a capitalism problem. I would suggest it's a capitalism thing. But if you look, right, like we've been on the same trajectory.
Yes.
Since I mean, really Nixon-ish, like, but I mean Reagan and then Clinton, and it hasn't mattered whether it was Clinton or W or Obama, right? Like the trajectory has been the same. And at the end of the day, we are a military economy. That's all we have is an empire. All we are now is military. And it's the end of that's the end of empire is how it goes. But you know, there's for people to think that we're going to ever have peaceful resolutions when all we make are weapons and all we do is war. It doesn't seem like a logical conclusion, right? Like I don't see how we get to that.
Well, I don't know how we get to it, but I would argue that the rest of the world is trying to get to that. Like in the same way that you would have, let's say like slavery, for example, and you would say, okay, yeah, we got rid of that as a world. That doesn't work. We don't like that. We don't like the fall down consequences of having people in slaves and chains and everything else. I strongly suspect that the hegemon thing is going to go the same way, where this is going to be such a bad example for the rest of the world. If there's ever a come to Jesus moment and they start tallying up the people that were killed, they start tallying up the black sites, they start tallying up the regime change wars, and you get a death toll where the rest of the world is like, never again. This is not something we're going to do. We're going to be equals. We're going to be a world of nations that deal with each other in equality. Meaning, if you notice, BRICS has been going through and trying to settle disagreements. So Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia and Iran, for example, out of the blue, just got together. They're both in BRICS. That was something that they wanted to solve. India and China, same thing. They resolved the issue, at the very least starting to resolve it. We deal with a lot of this stuff by using proxies. So in Iran, we want to use the MEK. We want to use Taiwan to go after China. We want to use Ukraine to go after Russia. And even we did that, if you remember, South America, basically using kill squads in order to stop the Sandinistas and many of these other left-wing governments from forming governments. I get the sense that the world is sick of that. And part of even the BRICS thing, part of them trying to create the dollar alternative, all of that stuff is basically we are sick of a hegemon. We're sick of you using your money against us. We're sick of you having this much political weight. Something needs to change. And I think that something needs to change is that new world that I think we're trying to get to. But I could be wrong. I could be Pollyannish.
I mean, I that's the goal. I mean, that's the goal. But right now we are one giant military. When you have an empire that cares more about destruction than construction, right? Like we don't help our people. We don't build up infrastructure. We have people convinced that it's a pie, so we can't afford healthcare and all of these things. And this austerity lie that we use to keep all of our people in line, and people buy it, you know, for the most part, people buy it. But I aspire for something better than that. But I think for people to think that either these parties or anybody that is beholden to this military industrial complex is going to ever choose diplomacy, they're just not thinking logically, right? Like this is capitalism. This is how it works. We are a military empire. So diplomacy doesn't suit us. It never has. We've
Well, you saw
never
how they attacked
possibly
Trump
been
when he tried to make.
diplomatic.
You saw how they attacked Trump when he tried to make the deal with North Korea. They
Yeah.
called him everything but a child of God. Oh, he's being suckered. Oh, he's being taken advantage of. Oh, I can't believe Trump does that. He's just hanging out with dictators. Like, and you think to yourself, okay, well, wait a minute. This was something he did that was right. And
Yeah.
it was effective, by the way. They stopped firing
Yeah.
missiles into the Sea of Japan.
Yes.
So
I mean, it's absurd. Like the
Yeah.
idea that we don't want to do diplomacy with anyone who we don't like.
Yeah.
It's
We
just
have
like,
no channels of communication now with adversaries. For the first time, we had Colonel Wilkerson on our podcast a while back.
Did you?
We were talking.
I would.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
he's
I
great,
have.
and he will say.
How did you get him
for
on? I've been
longer,
trying to get him on for God knows how long, and I have no
Do
way.
you reach
I'm sorry,
out
that's a
to?
side
No,
conversation.
you reach out to.
What did he say? He said we had no lines of communication.
He says we have no lines. We are currently in a position where we have no lines of communication with adversaries. And that is very unusual. Like even in the past, he was saying like back in the days when he was in with, he worked with Colin Powell. So back whatever administration that was, even countries that were adversaries, they had whoever their communicator was, we had the same person on there. There was somebody on both sides that you would talk to. I forget what your mirror, whatever they call that person on the other side. We don't have that anymore. And it's very scary. We don't talk to China. We don't talk to Russia. We don't talk to Iran. And this is not good. And so the idea that right now our number one diplomat is our military, like right now, the Department of Defense is essentially our diplomatic relations around the world. That is seriously screwed up.
Yeah.
That's a serious problem. So we have no interest in diplomacy. We have an interest in maintaining a war machine and hegemony for resources around the world. That's it. That's all we want. And that's like, and I feel like it doesn't matter with the parties. That's just theater.
But see, Peter, I think, look, I agree with you, Jen. Let me say that one first. But I think under normal circumstances, when people have like the military parades, like the dictators and everything else, we don't typically do that. But we do typically show, hey, we're spending $1 trillion in our military, which in a weird way is kind of like a military parade without the parade. I don't think that those weapons, I don't know about the return on investment. So it's a capitalistic country, and you have companies that are trying to make as much money as they can. And those companies end up creating these sophisticated, complicated, temperamental weapons. And those weapons go into Ukraine and they fail miserably against the Russian war machine. And to make it even worse, Russia is outproducing all of NATO and the US combined. So it's like, okay, so you have these high-tech weapons and you're getting a lot of money for these weapons, but what is the actual return on investment in regards to the effectiveness of those weapons? I don't think they have an answer for that. And what freaks me out is it's a capitalistic system. I know that the objective of those companies is to maximize their cash and maximize their profit, and they will do so at the expense of the government. And I guess the catch is, do they have some process where they can determine whether or not the weapons are effective for the battlefield that we're trying to fight in the future? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I can only look at what's going on in Ukraine, and it didn't seem like we could keep up.
Yeah. No, well, even by their own metrics, I feel like, I mean, there's not really evidence that this is anything more than just moving money around. Like, that's kind of how I see it. I don't necessarily, sorry, I have a cat butt in my face.
There's cat ass.
I feel a lot like the whole idea of the weapons is I mean, it's a lot of moving money around as opposed to like a lot of the time I think that they are not going to be used. I feel a lot of the time they're sending them around the world specifically just to send them around the world, not because they think they're going to need to use them, or that like they think these people are going to send us money and then we're going to keep doing this, and then we're going to send money there, and then we're going to just circulating. Like I just feel like it's worthless circulation, you know?
Well, you know, they did say one of the arguments that they started to make when they complained about the amount of money we're sending to Ukraine, they were like, yeah, but these are going to our weapons contractors anyway. I mean, so most of this money is coming back to us. And as we kept pointing out, it was like, that is so screwed up. Because ultimately they would argue, well, there are no Americans that are dying. These are just Ukrainians. And the money is coming back to us anyway. So what's the big deal? Why are you complaining about it? It's like, dude, how callous can you be with human life? It's
Not
just
only-
super wild to me. It's just super wild.
Not
to
only
me.
callous,
I
but it
want
also
to see the chart. So I want you guys to do an election chart. Now, I've already done mine, and I can show you mine, and I want to get your take on some of these states, because some of these states I'm a little dodgy on. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
But I am going to share my screen. And this is the map that I did before the election started.
Okay.
Now, I chose, let's see, one second. Okay. So I gave Trump Nevada, Arizona. I gave Trump Ohio, West Virginia, of course, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Pennsylvania, I was unclear on. Part of me thinks Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, but I'm not sure. And I gave Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois to Harris. Now, is there anything on this chart that you guys would disagree with?
Michigan. I don't see how she wins Michigan. I shouldn't say, like, again, this was one of those states that Joe barely won.
Right.
Yeah.
150,000 votes.
During a pandemic when people were voting specifically also against Trump, right? So they haven't gained voters. And I don't see it. The amount of Muslims in the abandoned Harris movement is greater than the amount of voters that Joe won by.
So there's 150,000 votes, if I remember correctly, that Joe Biden ended up winning that state by. Uncommitted by itself had over 100,000 by itself.
That's what I mean.
So I guess the question becomes, look, I'll tell you this. I want them to lose Michigan. I want them to lose Michigan for selfish reasons, because from my point of view, parties should not be able to prosper after doing a genocide. Meaning, you can do a genocide, but you can't win an election after you do that. At least that's what I think should happen. So I want the Muslim vote to be strong enough to say F off, in which case they lose Michigan. That's what I want. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
What about Pennsylvania? I think Pennsylvania is going to go red. And I was listening to Fetterman. Usually I don't listen to that slob. But he was pointing out that there's a lot of energy for Trump in Pennsylvania, more so than what would have taken place like 10, 15 years ago. By the way, what do you both think happened to Pennsylvania? How did that become a swing state?
It depends on where. It depends on where. So like if you're talking about the Philadelphia area, you're going to definitely get a bluer tinge. But when you go in between, everything in between Philly and Pittsburgh is what Steve Grumbine calls Pennsyltucky, and he knows because he lives in it. He literally lives there. So and that's very rural. It's very people that are working class people. There's, it's not what the other sides, it's not what the ends look like. And I think that people don't realize that. Just like you look at a place like New York even. And yet, like if you took Manhattan out of there, I don't know what would happen to that state as far as what it would look like, because, it's not what people think once you get out of the cities.
Yeah. What do you think, Peter?
I agree with that assessment. I know that they've got it as leaning blue currently, but it doesn't, my instincts say that's not true. It's just, there's something about, I mean, the stuff that he's done in Pennsylvania, like, I mean, it was Butler, Pennsylvania, where one of the assassination attempts happened. He's been in that state really significantly, and he's very, very obviously better at connecting with like normal people than Kamala Harris. Doesn't matter how many times she goes to a state or how many times a surrogate goes to the state. It's more or less if the state is swayed by media. It's less, and also how much urban area there is in the state. And Pennsylvania, like Jen said, is very rural. And yes, there's those two major cities in it, but I mean, I can't imagine them winning anything but those two cities. And if everything else goes, even if it's not like, if everything else goes, it's probably not hers. Like they might not even win Pittsburgh. Honestly, they probably get Philly. I feel like there might be a contingent there that will go blue for sure. But like I don't know about Pittsburgh. I don't know if they're just, and if Pittsburgh doesn't go blue, they're really screwed in that state.
Yeah. Well, currently, there's only 13% coming out of Pennsylvania right now. But just to be clear, Donald Trump is taking Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. And I don't think any of those are surprising.
Right. None of those are surprising.
Currently, Kamala Harris has taken Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. Virginia has 43% reporting with Donald Trump in a slight lead. Virginia is probably going to go blue. Ohio is 45% reporting. That is tilting Trump pretty heavily. But again, it's only 45%.
Yeah.
Georgia, 62% reporting. That seems to be headed towards Trump. I predicted Georgia going to Trump, and I predicted North Carolina going to Trump. And so far, those bets are good.
Hey, listen, I got it. We're going live in a few, so I got it. Go. But is that cool? I don't want to like mess up.
Absolutely. No, Jen, you're perfectly fine. I assume transitions. Jen, thank you for this. Jen Perlman. Where can people find you, Jen, just so they can check out your stream?
Yeah, we're at Generational Change, and we're on YouTube. And we go live twice a week, do long form interviews, and cover a variety of topics. And we're fighting for the least of these.
Fighting for the least of these. Jen, thank you for this. I really appreciate it. I know it's late.
Nice to meet you, Peter.
Have a good one.
Be safe. You, Jen.
Bye.
All right. So, Peter, I want to see your map. Your map. Now, in fact, I would clear. Well, let me ask you this. What do you think? Okay, so you think Pennsylvania is going to go to Trump?
I do.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that they're very early in reporting, and again, Pittsburgh. If it does go blue, it's going to be by a slim margin. I feel like, I don't know. And then what we're looking at right now, we don't have anything out of Louisiana, nothing at all. Kansas and Missouri are both leaning blue here, and I don't think that's going to last. Texas, we just have to assume is
that's gonna be a red.
It's Trump, and it's 40 votes if I remember right. I don't know. He's obviously, we are not talking about any swing states really completely called here, but he's quite ahead without them. He doesn't have to win all the swing states to win. We're not.
Well, he has several paths, though. That's the rub with Trump. Like, he has several paths to get to the 270. Like, for example, if he takes Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, okay, well, that's almost the majority of the swing states. And then Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania become an issue. If he takes Pennsylvania, this race is over with.
Yeah.
At least that's my take.
I do also, I have to go back to what Jen was saying about Michigan.
Yeah,
Michigan, if you look at it, it's also very early in reporting, but if you look at it, they haven't called anything, but in areas that should go very blue, you could see a surprising amount of red, like around Lansing and Detroit. Normally that stuff, they call it pretty quick, which makes me wonder very much so. I'm from Michigan. I have a pretty good handle on what's going on there. And once you go a little bit north of Detroit, you get Royal Oak, you get those areas where the Muslim vote is. And they're not going to do well there. And if any one of those cities goes red, they have Grand Rapids leaning blue currently, but Lansing and Detroit are both leaning red. If any one of those goes red,
really?
States probably. Yeah, they have Detroit leaning red right now. It's very not expected in my mind. But if that turns out,
like Lath, Lath is Lebanese, Syrian, Palestinian, like that's his heritage. And he was from Dearborn, Michigan. And before I fully understood what was going on, he was like, man, they are pissed off. They hate the Democrats. They're blaming the Democrats for this. Many of them are going to vote Jill Stein, et cetera, et cetera. And if it's anything like the Ethiopians, where the Ethiopians didn't like the reporting that was taking place in the U.S. because they tried to blame Ethiopia for war that they didn't start. TPLF attacked Ethiopia. And so they hated the reporting on it. They blamed the Biden administration, and Ethiopians and Eritreans and Virginia decided to vote en masse either against Joe Biden or just not vote at all. In which case, you get Youngkin winning by like 70,000, 80,000 votes, and I think like 100 Ethiopians, Eritreans. Meaning you may get a situation like that where they are either going Stein or, for that matter, Trump, with the idea of undercutting Harris. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I don't think Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota, and I don't think Minnesota's in play. Even though there's a pretty significant Muslim population here. I think it's probably going to go blue, but I also don't know if it's really necessary, because if either Michigan or Pennsylvania goes red, especially if both of them go red, but if either of them go red, it's pretty much, I don't see how Kamala could win. But I could see them both going blue, and Trump still has, I mean,
he can still win it.
He could still win. And the fact is, to have more paths to win implies you have a higher likelihood to win.
Like, so for example, let's say, wait one second. There we are. All right. So let's say we give Harris Michigan and Pennsylvania. Let's say she gets both.
Yeah.
Trump can still take Nevada, Arizona. Of course, he's going to get Texas. Where is it? North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Now, the way we are now, we're at 302 to 236 under that model. Okay, wait a minute, something's wrong. Okay, we're going to give Michigan and Pennsylvania to Trump. I'm sorry, to Harris. All right.
You got New York on. You got New York on red there. That's probably a no.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. And New York. All right. So this gives us a grand total of how many? 268 to 270. Like, think about how close that is.
Yeah. I mean, if it goes that way, then that's the win. I guess that maybe if you lose both of them, it's not possible. But I also feel like, what do we have called over here? We've got, you've got Maine, which Maine.
Well, see, I wasn't sure where Maine was going to go, because Maine has like a single vote or something, right? Like they have
4 electoral votes, and also they have it leaning red currently. Although to be fair, it's 1% reporting. But
fair enough.
If Maine were the tiebreaker,
but there's, correct me if I'm wrong though, there's a state, and I think there may be 1 or 2 states where they split up their electoral votes. So it would be like
yes.
Okay, so
I don't remember which one it is, but there's one of them.
But conceivably, they could get 269 or something like that.
Yeah, conceivably. And also, I don't think that both Michigan and Pennsylvania are going to go for Kamala. I think one of them is going to be for Trump, if not both. And then if it's both, obviously, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. I get the feeling that Pennsylvania is going to go for Trump. I can't validate that.
In my gut, I have the same. I agree with you on that. It just something about the way the race has run there. It doesn't look like as much as like they. I also think they have it. And this is going to sound conspiratorial, but I think they have intentionally reported the blue areas first. Like I really feel like, and they've done this before. And again, it sounds conspiratorial, but there's a reason why they like to have certain states leaning blue as early as possible. And I just have the feeling that that's what's going on there right now.
I don't know. I
Obviously,
got to be
gut
honest,
stuff.
fascinated by this race.
I'm talking about my gut feeling, but
Yeah.
I've been right about a lot of stuff that is totally nuts.
I don't doubt you. Look, I don't doubt you at all. I mean, I am fascinated that this race is this close. I'm just fascinated by that. Why do you think Pennsylvania ended up? Pennsylvania is weird to me.
Yeah.
If you remember, Pennsylvania was in a Democratic stronghold for like 50 years. Republicans had been trying to get their hands on it. They couldn't do it. And then Trump takes it. And then all of a sudden it becomes a swing state. How did they lose that state?
Well, I think that Pennsylvania of all states is a very working class state. And everything we said earlier about the elitism, the fact that they slammed Bernie so hard, they turned up their nose in every possible way. I feel like if any place was going to respond badly to that, it was going to be Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And like, that's exactly what happened. It went for Trump, you know?
Well, Peter, man, I deeply appreciate you joining me. I know it's late. So
yeah, I am actually once we get off of here, I'm probably going to start going to bed. Honestly, I'm tired.
No worries. I totally get it, man. Thank you for this.
Of course.
There we are. I genuinely appreciate you joining me this late at night for this election. I mean, it's like a holiday, right?
Yeah.
So Peter Coffin, there we are. Peter, give me 1 second.
It's no problem.
And there we are. All right. Peter Coffin is a journalist with over 250,000 YouTube subscribers. He's a podcaster and author. In their book, Custom Reality and You, they explore a world where profit is the driving force. You can follow Peter on YouTube and Twitter at Peter Coffin, and you can purchase their books on Amazon.com. Shout out to you, Peter, man. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you. It was good talking to you, man.
Absolutely. Always. All right, guys. We have another guest coming up a little bit later tonight. Let's see. Let's read the chats while we have time. Salut de Quebec. Thank you. I don't know what that means. I think that's salute. Salute. Oh, like congrats or hello, Quebec. I could be wrong. I may be making an ass of myself. Hi, this is George from Maryland. You used to call in the morning show at Fault Lines. Can you do a call in Skype to give my quick opinion? When I would do calls at some point, I would set them up. I didn't have the opportunity to set them up today. I was trying to actually use Google Voice in order to set them up earlier before we got here, but I was running out of time. Maggie Smith, Trump, Ohio, New Hampshire, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada. Harris gets Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia. Oh, there's no way, Maggie. I don't see that happening at all. I mean, let's see. Where is it? Okay, so far, this is what we're looking at on the map. Florida has gone to Trump. Georgia is leaning towards Trump with 66%. North Carolina is leaning towards Trump with 51% to 47%. That's close, and they say 40%. Virginia is probably going to go blue. Ohio is leaning red with 49% reporting, but again, that's relatively close. Iowa, it's crushing. Oh, that's fascinating. So do you remember when, I think over the weekend, they were looking for a bright spot, and they said, Kamala Harris has done extremely well in the Iowa polling. And it's like, that's strange. Is she? Well, when the results are coming in, looks like she's not doing that great in Iowa. It seems like she's getting a mud hole stumped in her at this point. So there is that. Let's see, Maggie. It's close, I think. It is close. No, it is close. Like if we pull up the screen, wait a minute. This is what we're looking at so far. Right now, Harris is at 99 votes. Trump is at 120. I mean, honestly, what time does Pennsylvania come in? I'm looking at Pennsylvania. If Trump takes Pennsylvania, I'm calling it a night. I'm going to assume he wins. If Harris takes it, it's going to be a much longer night. Because at that point, we're going to have to see what the other swing states do. Especially Arizona. They don't close until 10 o'clock. What time is it now? It's 9 and some change. Yeah. Yeah, this might be a long night. Just weekend, they were saying Iowa was Harris. Exactly. That's my point. That's precisely my point. They were like, we got this new poll. This poll is fantastic. And this poll says that Kamala Harris is kicking ass in Wisconsin. I remember that poll. I'm sorry, in Iowa. And yet, not so much. Not so much. It's fascinating, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I still think my chart is correct. Where is my chart? This. And also, by the way, if you get your chart and share your chart, the first person who gets it right will get a t-shirt. I have been working on a Jamal Thomas Morning Show t-shirt. And first person that gets it right, short of myself, will get a t-shirt. Yeah, that works. I was going to put myself in the competition, but that's okay. I'm not going to do that. That'd be cheating. But I do think, let me see, Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'm going to give Harris Michigan, but I'm going to give Trump Pennsylvania. Again, I have a bias in this. I mean, my bias is that I want Michigan to reject Harris. Again, my bias is purely because of the Muslim vote. If you think back, they didn't want the Palestinians to get on stage. And every time the Harris was asked the question about how are you going to stop the war? Are you going to stop the killing? What are you going to do? She would invoke October 7th as if that's some kind of a justification for everything that came after October 7th. Okay, well, they're murdering people left and right. They're indiscriminately killing. They have blew up hospitals and murdered journalists left and right. They've murdered doctors. They've separated women with children and put them on death marches. Like, how is all of this self-defense? And when you get to the meetings, like with Matt Miller and some of these other Patel or whatever the hell his name is, the lying, the mendacity, the level, the sleaziness. I still say Matthew Miller is a psychopath or a sociopath. He has this weird smirk, and anything that you ask him and anything that you bring up for him, we will let Israel investigate that. It's absurd. So yes, I want the Muslim community and the Arab community to give them an FU for abandoning them in this particular situation. That's what I want. Is that going to happen? I don't know. It's very possible that Kamala Harris can still take Michigan, especially if you get a breaking of that vote, meaning you get some Muslims that go in one direction, some Muslims that go in another direction. We'll see. I can't stand Matthew Miller either. He is a disgusting human being. Goddamn degenerate. 1000% agree with you. Physique, Drummond. 1000% agree with you. Let's see. Where are we now? Georgia is at 68% reporting. North Carolina, 40%. Virginia, 49%. To be fair, Iowa's only 1%. So we can't bash them too soon. Minnesota's at 1%. Wisconsin is leaning blue. Michigan is at 10%. I mean, that's not much. And Pennsylvania is at 18%. Oh, this is where This is where the rubber meets the road. Pennsylvania, Michigan. Yeah, those are the two that I don't know. I mean, if Trump takes either one of these, I suspect this race is over with. What is Maine looking like? 1%. Okay. Yeah, up to this point, no surprises. No surprises. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to be back shortly. I'm going to check on my next guest. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere. I'll be back in a moment. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is the Jamal Thomas Show. I hope you guys are doing all right. This is going to be a late night. You, me, this voice, us alone with a bit of privacy. Late into the night. I used to, one of the radio shows that I wanted to do was kind of like a what is it called? The one with George Norrie, where he would be talking like Art Bell. Because when it's like 1, 2 in the morning and look, I don't know how anybody else experiences this, but when it's like 1, 2 in the morning and you listen to the radio, and if it's somebody who's talking about something like that, like a time traveler contacted me on the radio and blah, 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 there's an intimacy with that voice, especially being that early in the morning, nobody else around. It is pitch black outside. The world has fundamentally gone to sleep. And you have this voice in your ear who is telling you all of these magnificent and fantastic things about stuff that probably don't exist, but it's interesting to hear that early in the morning. I have always wanted to do one of those type of radio shows that early, like 12, 1 in the morning. It's like, I'm your nighttime DJ, blah, 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 blah. But I do politics. And so that's where we are. We're doing political news. And up to this point, how is it looking? Let's see, this and this. So the chart is filling out a bit. Trump at 177, Harris at 99. Trump needs less than 100 votes or 100 electoral votes to win it. Now, we're still waiting for the big ticket states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Because from my point of view, that's going to tell it. If I'm right and Trump is able to take Nevada and Arizona, then it's going to boil down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, especially if I'm right and he takes North Carolina and Georgia, which it looks like he's on the road to taking. North Carolina is at 49% with Donald Trump up 2 points. And Georgia, 70% with Donald Trump up, what is that, 6 points, 6.2 points. It's still close, though. I mean, if we're looking at pathways, so let's see. So right now, Arizona is off, Nevada is off. Wisconsin is off, Michigan is off, Pennsylvania is off. All right. So let's say for the moment, North Carolina hasn't been decided, Georgia hasn't been decided. All right. Let's say for the moment that Illinois. Yeah, they got Illinois, Indiana. Right. So Indiana did go to Trump. Okay. All right. So this chart is filling out. So let's look at pathways to victory. So with the ones that are undisclosed, Democrats 258, Republicans 225. Now, let's say Trump takes Arizona. All right, that puts Trump at 236, 258. Now, the question, Georgia is going to Trump. North Carolina is going to Trump. All right. And that brings us up to 268 to 226. I hope you see what I mean when I said this is close. Like, if we're looking for pathways to victory, Georgia seems to be leaning red. North Carolina is leaning red. So if I say, okay, Trump takes Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, up to this point, that could be true. The West Coast hasn't necessarily been decided yet, but let's say Donald Trump takes Nevada and Arizona. Well, at that point, he's at 268. And all of these are just basic choices, meaning there's nothing wild or crazy about these particular choices. This very well could be the map. He was leading in Nevada. He was leading in Arizona. He's leading currently in Georgia, and he's leading currently in North Carolina. So now the question is going to become Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't think Maine has been decided yet either, has it? Okay, Maine hasn't been decided. It's only 1% reporting. Okay. All right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If Trump gets one of those. And to be honest, there's some places that are like split votes. So say, for example, Maine. So let's say one district in Maine goes blue and the other one goes red. And let's say in Nebraska, one goes blue, the other one goes red. Trump at 270. Meaning even if Harris got Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, $268, $270. So, wow. We're going to have to see what happens in Maine, and we're going to have to see what happens in Nebraska. Because if we get a situation where Trump, takes one of each from Nebraska and Maine, meaning basically 2 electoral votes, then Harris can take all of these states. Meaning, if he can get 2 votes from Maine and Nebraska, then Harris can take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and still lose. Isn't that fascinating? Now, Trump gets in trouble if she takes Nevada. If she takes Nevada, that means he's going to have to compensate either with the Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. So there are pathways to victory to both. And even in that model, Harris is only up by a few points. Yeah. Yeah. What are you guys thinking? I mean, I think Trump wins, but I don't think Trump wins because I went at it from the thing of just picking a random person. It's just when I look at the map and when I think to myself, okay, well, what are the pathways to victory? Okay, when I look at the polling, Trump was winning or had a better chance than Nevada. He had a better chance than Arizona. All right, so I'm giving them both. He's won Florida. Georgia, North Carolina were trending red. I chose those anyway because in the polling, he kept winning. I mean, the trend line in the polling for the battleground states had Trump leading in these states, which is the reason why I err towards the side of giving him those states also. So North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Trump. Ohio, I think I gave to Trump, but Ohio, yes. All right, so Ohio, Indiana, Trump. So the question becomes Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. And even split votes. Because I don't know what the split votes were. Actually, I need to see what the split votes were last time. It give me some context on what they may be this time around. All right. All right, so I'm going to go to the electoral map of 2020. All right, 2020 election. All right, so this is what the election looked like when Joe Biden won. Now, if you look at the districts, Maine had a split vote, one Republican, one Democrat. So if I do that for this time around, one Republican, one Democrat, and same thing for Nebraska, but that one had two Republicans and one Democrat. So Republican, Republican, Democrat. All right. All right. Under that model, though, Trump gets 270, even if Harris takes Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I mean, he'll hit it on the head at 270 exact, in fact. That is astonishing. I mean, but again, it's the split vote in these states because not all of them are appropriated to one person. They actually have broken them up. But just think about it. Maine or Nebraska may be the difference on whether or not, I'm sorry, Maine and Nebraska may be the difference on whether or not Trump takes it. Think about that. I mean, because we're talking about two votes. It's like 2 votes out of Nebraska, 1 vote out of Maine. And if you assume for the moment that Trump takes Nevada, Arizona, which again is not far-fetched. If he takes Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, he's already taken Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, looks like they're going his direction. And again, that's not far-fetched. And if you use the split vote, like it was in 2020 when Joe Biden won, meaning if you go with the assumption that Kamala Harris is not going to make expanded gains over Joe Biden in this context, especially since the race is far closer than it was with Joe Biden, then I can give the same vote tally for the split vote that was there last time. If that's true, then Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin can go to Kamala Harris. And Donald Trump still wins it by 2 points. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Wow. Well, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Oh, it wasn't sharing the right screen. I'm sorry. Let's try this again. I thought it was sharing the screen. Okay. this. Okay. All right. So this is the chart that I built. I don't think y'all were able to see it last time, so I'm sorry. All right. Let's take off Nevada. Let's take off Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. We'll also take those off the map. All right. Now, in 2020, when Joe Biden ran against Trump, this is the 2020 map. If you look at split votes in in Maine and Nebraska, in Nebraska, Trump took 2, Biden took 1, and in Maine, they split. So I'm going to assume the same thing in this race. Trump gets 2, Biden gets 1. Kamala Harris gets 1. Kamala. It's Kamala, right? Apparently, I've been said her name wrong. And they split one each. All right. Now, I'm going to assume Trump takes Nevada, Arizona. This is my map. If that's true, and he's able to take Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, which he seems to be leaning in those anyway. This is the map currently as it stands. Florida, Trump. Georgia, 75% reporting. Donald Trump, 52 to 40 with 7%. North Carolina, 58% reporting. Donald Trump, 51 to 47. Again, there's a lot of votes left in that, so take it with a grain of salt. But, in my map, he was going to win those anyway. So, back to my map. So, if that's true, and he gets Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, then it doesn't matter if Harris takes Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, because Trump still wins. Wait a minute. That's too much, though. Oh, right. If Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin go to Harris, she still loses 270, 268. Does that make sense? I mean, I got to be honest, none of these selections were all that extravagant. Like, it's not like I'm going out on a limb. I have been following the polling. I've been following the polling for the last, several months. And it did seem like in the battleground states, Donald Trump was stronger in those states. So even though they had the overall poll for the country, as I kept pointing out, we don't function on polls for the country in that way. We, the popular vote doesn't really matter. It's the electoral college. So in the battleground states, when you had the situation where Donald Trump seemed to be stronger in state after state after state, well, hell, if he wins by 1 vote, that's still winning by 1 vote. That's still winning. And so it doesn't matter if Kamala Harris is able to rack up a huge number of votes in California. You only get a set number of electoral votes from California anyway. So truth be told, just with the split vote, he can win it. And that's with him losing Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Now, for some reason, I have a feeling that he will take Pennsylvania. I think he's going to win it. I don't know why. I just think he's going to win it. Michigan, I don't know. I hope Democrats lose Michigan. But again, that's for ideological reasons. I just want I want the Muslims to be able to have a voice and say F you by them losing that state. But if I assume that Harris takes it, it doesn't matter. In fact, for Harris to win it, let's say she's able to take Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she can take the split vote, then Harris wins it. By a similar margin as Trump won it. Come on, Jesus Christ. You're not the most interactive thing in the world, are you? All right. 269, 269. Now, if Harris can take one more, she can hit her 270. It's close. It's very close. I mean, it could literally come down to the split votes in these locations. What time is it? Oh. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Oh. 1 second. I didn't send another thing. Oh. Sorry, Ted, I thought I sent it. Okay. All right. So Ted Raw is going to join us to give us some additional political analysis. But I hope you guys see my point. There are several, just fascinating. This race is so close. Okay, I'm going to reset this. The map is so slow. All right, let's reset. All right, and I'm going to take this back to same since 2000. Basically, give me all of the states that were the same in all of these elections going back to 2000. All right. So let's see. If Harris takes Nevada, I'm sorry, Trump takes Nevada, Trump takes Arizona, Harris takes New Mexico, Colorado. I think Colorado went towards Trump. Okay, Colorado hasn't been put on yet, but I'm assuming Colorado goes to Trump. No, they had weed. I'm going to assume that goes to Harris. Come on, this map. Okay. All right. So I'm going to set the split to what it was last year. All right. Trump takes Iowa. Trump takes Indiana. Trump takes Ohio. He's already taken Florida. And he looks like he's going to take Georgia and North Carolina. Harris is going to take Virginia. All right. Now we're back to the nitty-gritty. She needs all three of those. Like, she needs to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She needs the trifecta. Vermont. No, this is New Hampshire. And has 4 electoral votes. Well, right now, Trump is at 281. She's at 2. Okay, why is he so high? Why is he at 287? He shouldn't have that much. Minnesota's blue, Wisconsin, Illinois, Colorado, New Mexico, Virginia. That's why. All right. 268 to 270. But that's assuming she takes New Hampshire. And she has to get these split votes. Wow. Just wow. Oh, Ted. Ted, what's going on, man? How you doing today?
Hey, Jamal. I see you're in a marathon here.
I'm doing a marathon show. I figure it would be good for the election. I thought it would be good for fundraising. Not to mention, I really wanted to do the election before we left the radio station. Like, we tend to do the election every year at that station. We would be there till like 1, 2 in the morning. I enjoyed it and I missed it. And I really did want to be there for that today. So
yeah,
that's okay. So let me get your take so far in regards to the election. I mean, I haven't seen necessarily anything surprising yet in regards to the map so far. Just to get a heads up, we're still waiting on Georgia, but 77% recorded. Donald Trump is a pretty decent lead. North Carolina, 63% reporting. Donald Trump has a pretty decent lead. Virginia is probably going to go to Harris.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I think Virginia is a toss-up. Virginia really...
do you? You think she may lose Virginia?
It was favored for Harris. It was assumed that she would get it.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure right now, looking at the county by county returns, that we can assume that. I mean, she could get it, but it's not going to be like a 52-48 situation. It'll be more like 50.1 to 49.9 situation.
If that's true, then Harris is going to lose this race. And let me explain why.
She is going to lose this
race. I remember when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump the first time around. Mm-hmm. And I remember when Virginia started to come in, it was very slow. Like it was neck and neck the entire way through. And I remember thinking to myself, Virginia is for the most part a blue state. What the hell is going on? And it was the case that Virginia wasn't necessarily a laggard in that. They were almost a bellwether. And other states started to come in where Hillary Clinton was under a significant amount of stress in those races. If Virginia is that close, I do think it bespeaks of something in the rest of the country. I could be wrong, though.
No, I think that is correct. I mean, look, there was once a drunken night with my 2 college roommates where we decided to slap our manhoods on the kitchen counter to just see who measured up after a lot of and I'm not ready to put my prediction up on the counter and have it measured that way, because this really, I mean, Kamala Harris can absolutely win this race, no question about it. But Vegas odds makers have now moved to 70% in Trump's favor. I'm looking at the Latino vote and the Black vote in Georgia and in Virginia and in Pennsylvania, where Harris is underperforming there compared to Biden, who last time I checked was as white can possibly be. And it's like, I think, Virginia is Virginia is a state that reminds me a lot of my own state of New York, right? It's like New York is a state. It's like basically there's New York City, which is deep, deep blue. And then it's Trumplandia. As soon as you hit, you get north of Yonkers, that's it, right? Virginia's the same way. Virginia is the D.C. suburbs.
Richmond.
Deep, deep blue. And then once you get out into the hinterlands, into mountain country, it's
by the time you get to Ashland, you get to some of the boonies, where people got this like a deep southern draw in certain parts of Virginia.
She's underperforming in the DC metro, with sort of the national security community type people. I just wonder if they're just not on board completely.
So my map that I've come up with, I did it on 270 to win. I will lay my manhood on the table as a prediction. And for me, I do have Trump winning, but it's extremely close. I'm giving him Nevada, Arizona. I'm giving him Iowa, Ohio. I'm also giving them
Well,
Florida,
Iowa's been
Georgia,
called.
North Carolina
Ohio has
because
been called.
this was
Hill
my
has
map
already
even
called
before
North
the election
Carolina.
started. So I assumed he was going to take those.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about Pennsylvania. I feel like he's going to take Pennsylvania, but I don't have anything to back that feeling up with per se. It's just the latest polls that were coming out in Pennsylvania was showing Donald Trump with a persistent, if not minor, showed Donald Trump with a persistent, if not a minor lead in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to give him that state, even though I can't necessarily pin anything down on it. It's just a strong feeling that he may get it. From the standpoint of like Michigan, Minnesota, etc., well, if he takes Pennsylvania, that's not going to matter. But even if Harris takes, let's say she takes Pennsylvania,
Mm-hmm.
well, she still loses, believe it or not.
Yeah, because she doesn't
Because
get.
in
She's not
2020,
taking
there was a
Michigan.
split vote in regards to Maine and Nebraska. Whereas in 2020, I think Trump got 2, Biden got 1, and then they split.
Mm-hmm.
Well, depending upon how that vote goes, that will decide the race.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you have a situation where, say, for example, let's say Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, if that split vote ends up, let's say with Donald Trump taking it all, then you're at 269, 269. Or 269, 268.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really could boil down to just those singleton votes.
Mm-hmm.
Just amazing.
I do think even if you take away Pennsylvania from the Trump column, which we may definitely have to do,
Yeah.
I have serious doubts that she's getting Michigan. It really, I mean, we sensed that weakness in Michigan for a while.
Yeah. And they are very angry at Democrats, especially her in this race.
They are. And so, I mean, it's the question is, this would basically be a race between angry Palestinians and Arab Americans in the Dearborn area in Michigan and around the state versus, possible black enthusiasm for Kamala in the Detroit metro.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of however those numbers shake out.
I got to be honest. I really want her to lose Michigan. And I want her to lose it purely from the standpoint of they wanted to ignore the Arab population. They didn't even want the Palestinian to speak on stage at the convention. And over again, she's given this kind of scripted, oh, the Palestinians, it's so bad, what's happened to them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, well, there's nothing real behind that. No. And at the very least, if they give her an FU in Michigan, it is them standing up and basically punishing them for the behavior the Democrats had towards that group and that demographic. They made a conscious choice that we are going to okay genocide because we are concerned about the money that may be used against us in the other races. And we're concerned about our, settler colonial state that we want to maintain. Like, I find that to be outrageous, absolutely outrageous. But we'll see. I don't know. I mean, Michigan has been trending, I guess, both ways. I can't put my finger on it. I get the feeling that Trump is going to win this.
Me too. I mean, it's not like, again, I'm far from sure.
Yeah.
But I have felt this for a while. I mean, historically, and Jamal, you and I know from our conversations, I do love my historical precedents.
Yes.
If Harris won, it would be the first time that any incumbent party would be this far underwater on the fundamental classic polling question of is the country moving in the right or the wrong direction. This would break that rule. I mean, rules can be broken, rules get broken. But this would break it. And I feel like with the economy, such an incredibly important issue on voters' minds, and with her running such a vague campaign that doesn't seem to, if she was running an FDR style, like first 100 days, I've got this, that's going to put money in your pocket. I'd feel a little different about it. but I just feel like she has not brought the goods necessary to close the deal with the voters. I mean, look, she ran a very short campaign.
Yeah.
And like,
which, by the way, hurt her. I mean, I definitely think it hurts her. Like when the Republicans had their convention, they were able to go for like weeks talking about Republican stuff. She did not have that opportunity to get rid of her weaknesses. And she didn't necessarily have the opportunity to kind of have herself exposed over the course of several weeks to the American public. I agree with you.
And she didn't, and she's not tempered by a rigorous primary process where she was forced to confront her weaknesses as a candidate.
Exactly.
I don't really feel like she's a terribly naturally talented politician. And sometimes you could be thrown into a situation and nevertheless rise. Not only did she have a short time, she also squandered the time that she had. She didn't give an interview for 40 days. She had a 102-day campaign. I mean, she should have like lickety split first week, 7 interviews a day, hit every podcast, everything.
Also, she couldn't distinguish herself.
I don't think it's her call. The DNC told her what to do, and she did it. And as usual, they're wrong.
Well, wait a minute, 1 second. I don't get the sense that, how can I say this? She spent so much time attacking Trump that she was never able to articulate why she wanted the power in the first place. Yeah. Like when Sanders was running, for example, I want healthcare, education, et cetera, et cetera. That's his thing. That's what he wants. When Obama was running, he wants Obamacare, meaning they have clear motives and an articulation of the case that they're trying to make in order to get in office. Okay, well, what's Kamala Harris's argument for getting in office? That she hates Trump? I mean, that is not necessarily the most enthusiastic thing. And Axelrod pointed out, he said there is no enthusiasm for her on the ground, which you can imagine if you need people to come out to vote, that's not the greatest thing in the world.
The thing about Trump is also attacking Trump and not in lieu of having an affirmative message for her own campaign is absolutely, as you said, it's a mistake, right?
Yeah.
But on top of that, Trump came to the race pre-attacked. No one was going to say anything about Donald Trump that hasn't been said 5 million times before, and that everybody hasn't heard. A lot of it's true, but it's pre-processed. I mean, the American people may not be the most attentive to this process, but they're attentive enough to have heard all of this crap a million times. It was like, I don't need to hear about January 6th. I know about January 6th.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear about his sexist and racist comments. I know about those. We all know. And it doesn't mean they're right. And it's like, but it's kind of like, not everything that is true needs to be said.
Right.
And like, she really wasted a lot of time talking about losing our attention by talking about a lot of shit.
Well, if you remember, one of the things in Axios, they pointed out basically saying, stop calling them fascists, it's not working. Or stop with this other stuff, it's not working. It's not giving you any bang for your buck.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what you said. The reality of it is Donald Trump has been in the public presence for like 10 years now in politics. He has been the head of the Republican Party for most of that time. And they have called him everything but a child of God. We've seen that man in courtrooms. We've seen him get sued. We've seen him flip out on stage, meaning we've seen all that stuff. So it's like, how do you shape somebody that is already that fully formed? And are you really going to get any bang for the buck by calling him racist and terrorist and all this other stuff, or Nazi or whatever? Especially since the American public, for the most part, knows him. He's already been president once. Like, I think the strategy was somewhat flawed. I understand that from a Democratic perspective, Donald Trump is the worst thing ever. I have this clip of Whoopi Goldberg where she's like talking to Liz Cheney. Says, your moral core is fantastic. Talking to Liz Cheney. And the only reason she's saying that's because Liz Cheney is against Donald Trump. It's utterly astonishing.
Donald Trump is pure as the driven snow compared
to Yeah, they are. I mean, some of the stuff that these people be saying, man, like it's mind blowing to me. The idea that
this is blowing my.
She didn't say Liz Cheney. Oh, I'm sorry. Go for it.
Sorry, isn't it kind of blowing your mind that, like, we are right now as we speak, and obviously this could change. It's
Uh-huh.
9:57 Eastern. By 10:57 Eastern, we could have a completely different lay of the land. But right now, it is likelier than not that a guy who was impeached twice was
I
charged
know.
$100 million for allegedly raping a chick in a department store,
Uh-huh.
and convicted of 34 felony counts in a New York courtroom, and dunned $500 million in order to pay all that off. I mean, that he's more likely than not, he's certainly coming very close to being reelected.
That is mind-blowing to me, right? And I've had that. Everybody who's come on this show, I've asked them the exact same question because I'm mind blown by it. I agree with you. The Democratic Party can't beat that guy. Like, just think if they lose to Donald Trump in this scenario, like you said,
They're
all of those
idiots.
things, the criminal indictments, the court cases, calling him a sexual abuser, the January 6th stuff, not wanting to leave, he'd been impeached twice, nearly shot twice. Like, that guy is now at the precipice of taking power again. And, you know, the Democratic Party is supposed to be the thing, the shield of sorts, to prevent that from happening. And despite all of his flaws, all of his faults, he is still in somewhat of a better position to win this. And I guess my question will be, how the hell did that happen? Like, how does the Democratic Party get to such a degree where with all of these defects, they still can't seem to find a winning message to take down somebody who is immensely vulnerable? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, look, I really wish Theodore White were still around to write his Making of the President series, 1960, 1964, 1968. Well, I want to read the Unmaking of the Democratic Party, 2024, by Teddy White. We're not, unfortunately, we can't get that unless there's a zombie apocalypse of historians. But it's like, but how did this happen? I mean, it's a perfect storm, right? I mean, it's a DNC that decided that is completely religiously obsessed with maintaining control by its minority corporatist wing over a party that most of the voters are progressives who are aligned more with Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders than with someone like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. It was the choice. It was Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election like an idiot, and the DNC went along with it. It was Joe Biden's decision to pick Kamala Harris as his heir, even though she was such a weak candidate in the 2020 campaign that she only carried 0.6% of the Democratic primary vote. I mean, you know, right now, is there any doubt in your mind that like any number of the other Democrats who were on that debate stage in 2020 would be outperforming Kamala Harris? Cory Booker, you know, Pete Buttigieg, any number of them, even Amy Klobuchar. I mean, it's like basically the Biden people knew this about her early on, Kamala, that she was not a talented politician or a good campaigner, and they didn't like her, which is why they didn't put her out in public. We didn't get to see her. And so I mean, look, I think we're going to find out that ultimately there was always a plan to swap out, to switch out Biden for Kamala Harris or someone else at the convention, that they were basically going to do an end run against the primary, around the primary process. I think that was part of the problem. We've seen time and time again that when Democrats try to circumvent having rigorous primaries, that they end up with a weak candidate, as they did in 2016 when they kneecapped Bernie Sanders. It's like there's also, I mean, there's any number of single decisions. For example, Kamala Harris could have sent a signal to the progressive wing about the people of Gaza. She could have just simply said something, for example, that like words that sort of go like this: when I'm president, I will reevaluate every single policy because I'll be looking at everything from scratch. That includes America's relationship with Israel and its support for Israel and its support for Gaza. I'll always support Israel and be a strong supporter of Israel, but support is not a blank check.
Yes.
I will take a second look. That's not saying I'm going to change anything for sure.
Right.
I can continue, but
Right.
at least it's a signal. But she didn't throw the progressives even the tiniest little bone.
Why do you think she didn't? I mean, do you think they just looked at it as, well, we can't get those people, or we don't want to invest in trying to get those people because we believe that somehow it's going to be disadvantageous for us later on? Is that what it is? Like, because for the life of me, you're absolutely right. She decided, I'm going to stay with the exact same language that Joe Biden has gone with the entire way through. And if you're telling people, my campaign is, a change, I'm a new way forward. And they say, okay, well, what's the new way forward? Well, I don't, and you don't have an answer for that. Basically, your new way forward is the same way. That is such a contradictory campaign that it just doesn't work.
Well, look, I mean, in so many ways, the messaging of this campaign is extremely redolent of Hillary in 2016.
Yes.
A new way forward. Well, I mean, Hillary's campaign logo was a red arrow pointing forward. Her first hashtag was "I'm with her," as it was for Hillary Clinton. Exactly the same exact verbiage, right? I know that Hillary Clinton is advising the Kamala Harris campaign, no question about it, and she lost miserably, right? So, I mean, it's really kind of amazing. They've told us basically time and time again, and most recently when the Democratic Party had to decide what to do in terms of, whether or not to have full-throated support for Israel after October 7th. They told us, well, the party leader said, we have the anti-war, we have the pro-Palestinian progressives in our midst, in our party. What are they going to do? Vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
And the answer is some of them, many people I know who are hardcore socialist or communist leftists, they voted for Donald Trump today.
Wow.
In fact, I know more lefties who voted for Donald Trump than who voted like I did for Jill Stein.
I voted for Jill Stein.
They wanted to hurt.
I cannot stand the position that the Biden administration has done. And from my point of view, there's no way you can give them a reward for committing a genocide. Like, it blows my mind that you would even have to make the argument against it. And yet, they're acting as if, Israel is a country, they're on their own, they can do whatever they want. Well, we're paying more than 70% of all of that killing that they're doing. And so, if you stop the weapons, you stop the killing. And for whatever reason, they don't want to bring it up. They don't want to throw a bone in that direction. They don't even want to threaten the blank check, which is mind-blowing to me. And then to use Liz Cheney to go around the country basically telling you're progressive when to F off. And you're trying to get another party, meaning you're trying to get other Republicans to effectively cross over to vote for you. Liz Cheney was magnificently unpopular in the Republican Party. Do you think that's going to work?
Well, the Liz Cheney thing is it's major political malpractice for the simple reason that, Jamal, if you and I were at the table as paid consultants, the first question we would ask is, what's the net benefit of Liz Cheney? How many votes does she get us in the aggregate versus how many votes does she lose us? Well, we know she's going to lose us some votes. I know lots of people who said, Liz Cheney alone, I'd be out. And we're not talking about, say, Mitt Romney or someone like that. It's Liz Cheney, who's so far right. It's insane, right? But how many votes does she get us? And the answer is 0. Nobody, not one American voted for Kamala Harris because, if Liz Cheney likes her, I'm in. That's just it's literally completely inexplicable. I don't know what the opposite of virtue signaling is. Vice signaling? I mean, but that's what it was.
It's utterly bizarre. I mean, you were around in the 2000s where people like Oberman, Rachel Maddow, they would get on TV, they would flip out, especially Oberman. He would lose his mind. And he would call Bush everything but a child of God. He would do these long monologues, meaning that is a position that the left was on back then. Calling them a warmonger, calling them
they were right.
criminal, all that stuff was perfectly fair game for Dick Cheney and for George Bush. And somewhere along the way, it became, Well, he's a great war criminal because he's not like Trump. Or Dick Cheney is just a good statesman. And it's like these people have been instrumental in killing so many people. And you're now putting them on a pedestal. Like you are trying to get Republicans to vote for you by running around with Liz Cheney. Okay, good luck with that. And what does that do to your base of people when you want your base to also support you? It's like they just don't care. They've gotten to the point where they just fully believe Trump is a nuclear bomb, and either you get us elected or we'll let the nuclear bomb go off, missing the fact that not everybody believes Trump is a nuclear bomb.
We have some new information coming in from Michigan, from CNN. They're saying Harris is behind Trump in the Big Ten college towns in Michigan.
Really?
Yes, in Wisconsin's Dane County, home of to the University of Wisconsin at Madison, and in Michigan's Washtenaw County, which is Ann Arbor and University of Michigan. Those are running more in favor of Trump.
Wow.
He will lose. I mean, she will lose Michigan.
If she loses Michigan, she's toast.
That's what
I mean, because the model that I had, I think I gave her Michigan. I wasn't sure about Michigan and Pennsylvania, but I think I gave her Michigan.
37% of the vote in Wisconsin, Trump and Harris are virtually tied. Trump 49.3, Harris at 49.0. I think to win Michigan, Harris would have to be more than that ahead in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wisconsin should be more Trump. Should definitely be more an easier win for her.
Wow. Just wow. Ted, man, thank you for this. I really do appreciate you coming on.
How late are you staying up?
I know it's late.
Right.
So thank you for this. Ted Raw, political cartoonist, syndicated columnist. Ted, where can people find you, by the way?
Just go to rawl.com, RALL.com, and you can also go to YouTube and check out my show with Manila Chen, the TMI show. Just search for it, you'll find it.
Very cool. Thanks, Ted. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you. And we have a new guest, the one and only Rick Sanchez. How you doing, Rick? You doing okay?
Can you hear me? Or is everything all right here? I'm trying to get
I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly fine. One second, let me set up the camera right.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a night. I mean, already, you're starting to see some trends, some tendencies of the way that things may shake out. It's a little early to tell yet, but who the heck knows?
What are your thoughts about this race? Because I don't think I had the opportunity to talk to you about this. Donald Trump has been convicted. Donald Trump has been convicted of felonies, or at the very least, 33 indictments that he got convicted on. He had 90 indictments over his head. He's been convicted in court for sexual abuse. He's been convicted in court again for saying he didn't have raped that girl or something like that. He's been impeached twice, shot nearly twice. They've called him everything but a child of God, including Hitler, Nazis, etc. And yet, Donald Trump is in a position to win this thing. Why do you think that they've been so ineffective in dealing with a guy who, on paper, has all sorts of negatives and deficits, and yet they can't seem to get their hands around it?
We should be fair about this, rather than looking at it the way you postulated the question, which is, what have they done wrong? We should be, in fairness, saying, well, what has Donald Trump and his team done right? Because whether you and I can even fathom it, this man is a monster. The things he has done, the things that he has said, the fact that most of the people that I know who are my friends who are voting for him agree with me that he's a monster. But it doesn't matter. In fact, that's the reason that they're going to vote for him. There's a story to be told there. And I think a big part of that story has to do with the breakdown in the Pos Americana about what is the mission of America, what is America doing for me, what is America doing for my family, where is America going?
Agreed.
And I think that whether Donald Trump got to play the villain or somebody else would have played it, it would not have been so hard to just go in there and play that hand that
Yeah.
he decided to play. And by the way, you know, give the devil his due. He has played it brilliantly. He's the guy whose wife comes home and finds him in bed with a neighbor, and they're having a relationship in that moment, and she turns to him and says, "What are you doing, honey?" And he looks at her and says, "Who are you going to believe, me? Your lying eyes."
Right.
And she says, "Okay, you're right." And that's who America has become. And it's because they need to become that. They want to become that. And they have chosen him as the guy who cheats on them, and they look the other way.
So that's funny because I kind of see where you're coming from with the analogy, right? I agree with you. There are things that Donald Trump did right. The garbage can thing, for example, him doing the trash truck, again, genius. Doing the McDonald's thing, again, worked for him. And the willingness to do interviews, that was something else that happened. If you remember when Kamala Harris got into the race, Trump started doing like just interview after interview after interview. And he turns around and says, "Well, see, look at all the interviews I'm doing." Now, he's completely incoherent in these interviews. But his point is, well, I've been doing the interviews, but about Harris, which on some level ends up getting the media to go with this kind of echo chamber of, well, Harris isn't doing interviews. Harris isn't doing interviews. Their theory of the case was that the moment that she started talking in interviews, that her poll numbers will go down. So again, like you said, give the devil his due. They were right in their strategy. By the same token, though, I can't get away from this idea that with all of Trump's deficits, the Democratic Party cannot stand up to him. It's super bizarre to me. If you were talking about in 2000s, for example, there would have been no situation where a politician will have this many deficits and is able to run, let alone run successfully. And I have to attribute that to something about the party. I'll give you an example. Back in the, let's say, 70s and 80s, Democrats were the party of unions. Okay, well, today, the main union, didn't even endorse Harris because the majority were voting for Trump. And to make that even worse, you have a billionaire who's getting paid by other billionaires that has taken the position as the fighter for the working man. How the hell does that happen?
Yeah, right. And then he goes on 2 podcasts and brags about being able to fire people who go on strike. It's like, they go on strike and fire them. It's like, and he applauds himself while having that conversation with Elon Musk, no less. You know, so
yeah,
it's a fascinating story of where, you know, America is. But this, you know, again, there are people in America who want to believe what they want to believe. And, you know, it makes me think, you know, a guy like, you know, when we think of how we came into this business, you know, I graduated University of Minnesota, School of Eric Severide School of Journalism, and worked my way through news, filing stories and being an investigative reporter at the local level. Then I got hired by the network at NBC. Then I went to, you know, wherever the hell, CNN and all that. And there was a certain set of rules and a certain set of principles, and there were guardrails that had to do with the conversations we had with the American people.
Right.
Today, you know, I went to an event tonight with one of the top podcasters there, Patrick Ben David invited me to his I mean, thousands and thousands of people there, all of them Trump supporters, or for the vast majority Trump supporters. And I was in the elevator with one guy and I said, "Well, this is going to be a fun night, huh?" And he goes, "Yeah, if we win, and if not, it's because they cheated." And it's like, wow.
Oh,
so you can't lose, right? I mean, if you win, you win, and if you lose, you really won. And so it's like, this is kind of where we are.
But see, that's why I thought Trump was radioactive. Because from my point of view, one of the most important elements of an election is a concession speech, where the person comes in and says, "Hey, I know I said all of these bad things about that guy. By the same token, he won. He is in charge. Thank you very much." And you leave.
Right.
And this idea that you get two sides where neither wants to accept the fact that they lost. So, I mean, because if you think about it, Clinton did the exact same thing. She just didn't impugn the system. She impugned Trump. was working with the Russians, where Trump just went blunt and says, well, the system is cheated. I'm cheated. I remember when I was in Kenya and the guy pointed out, he said, we hate elections here because neither side wants to accept that they lost, in which case they end up with fighting and killing and shooting and everything else. Yeah. I'm saying that is a horrible new norm that we've gotten to in our politics. I hate that.
Yeah. I think the Democrats are less likely to take to the streets or become aggressive in their intent, whether it's verbal or physical, than the Republicans are, just based on past. And, you have Donald Trump tonight already, without any evidence, saying that there's cheating already going on at the polls in Philadelphia. And, for him to say that, that's the thing that I was referring to a little while ago that I was talking about. The idea that a president or any person who considers themselves a national player or that is a part of the national conversation can just start a sentence with, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard they're cheating in Philadelphia. I heard all Mexicans are criminals. I heard Haitians eat cats. I heard black people are great dancers, but they're not real smart. I heard that Hispanic, this. I heard, but and in the past we lived in a world where somebody said, "What do you mean you heard? Who'd you hear that from?" Well, that question isn't even asked. I was watching people report on that today, and I said, rather than going to Philadelphia and interviewing the mayor and asking him, "Is this true? Are you guys cheating?" Why don't you just say, folks, the person who just made this claim used the term "I heard." In normal conversation, and certainly in journalistic dicta, there's no such thing as "I heard."
Right.
I didn't hear anything. It's like I used to say, I would tell people, I would say, listen, I understand that men can now breastfeed. Really? Men can breastfeed? Yeah, I read it. Really? Where'd you read it? I wrote it down and then I read it.
How did we get there? I mean,
exactly. You can say anything, do anything, and there's no checks. And because the people who are supposed to check us, the CNNs of the world and the New York Times, have lost a lot of their credibility because they haven't checked the things they've supposed to check. They never checked Iraq. They never checked Libya. They never checked Vietnam completely. And when you don't check major things like a war that potentially killed 900,000 people, then I don't trust you to check anything else.
Yeah, unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine. Russia blew up its own pipeline. It all started on October 7th.
BS,
like
more BS, right?
It's so aggravating. Like, that was one of the things with the network. I felt like I was always walking through a fog.
Yeah.
Because it's like they're reporting something. And I'm like, okay, they're reporting it's not true. They're lying. They're hiding the ball. And it's that constant thing of hiding the ball. From your point of view, you've been in multiple news stations. How did it work in all those other news stations? I mean, because I would imagine, is it they're just in a bubble? Is it the newsroom has a certain context that they expect you to follow through, where it's kind of like Noam Chomsky, where you just kind of understand how far you can go? How does it work in those major newsrooms?
Well, a little bit of what you just described, and in many ways, it's interesting because it becomes ingrained in you. Also, they pay you enough, take good care of you, and put you in a stead where you feel like this is where I belong. This is the analysis I need to give. This is the ideology that I need to have, and they insulate you with a lot of people. Producers, ombudsmen, editors, who early in the morning, I'll give you an example. I mean, on my show on CNN, I usually didn't attend the editorial meeting in the morning that was held, which was station-wide, New York, Washington, Philadelphia, London, Paris, whatever. All the bureaus are calling in. Yeah. And I didn't really have a sense for that. By the time I got in, my producers had already kind of written a menu of the big stories that we were going to be covering on any given day. And in many ways, I happen to be, and this is the reason they fired me, I happen to be a guy who did not want somebody writing his crap. I wanted to write my own crap. So I picked my stories. I told them the way I wanted to. I rewrote everything. I met personally with my producers and writers. And you don't really need to do that. Anderson Cooper can literally walk in just in time to put on enough makeup, and he's handed his questions, and he reads his questions on the air, Mr.
Really?
You know, oh, absolutely.
So they don't write that
you
stuff
know?
themselves.
I've never once read a question on the, I don't, you know, you've seen my show that I was doing on RT that I'm no longer allowed to do, I guess, because the U.S. government doesn't believe that you can practice First Amendment rights if indeed the person you work for is someone they disagree with or find disagreeable, which is ridiculous, because then what's the first? I was watching, I'm going off task here, pardon me.
No, you're fine.
But I was watching the other day, I was watching Bricks, which is a fascinating thing to watch because a lot of interesting people, Modi, who's a character unto himself, Putin, and all these guys, and they're all there. And I'm watching a BBC reporter just nailing President Putin of Russia with really tough questions. And, you know, why did you do this? And why did you do that? And then another guy stands up and he's taking questions from all these people all over the world, including Western reporters. And yet I thought to myself, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? In Russia, they're taking questions from Western reporters that are antagonistic, while in the United States, non-Western reporters are not even allowed to attend.
And by the way, even in Europe, same thing. They got rid of RT and Sputnik.
But we're the ones with freedom of speech. We're the ones with freedom of speech, right? How the hell does that work?
Yeah, I am still raw on that one. You know,
pardon me for digressing. I just decided to go into that direction.
And,
if we talk about why it is that the media has lost a lot of credibility, and that has a lot to do with
it. And even before I got the job, like officially got the job, I was still going there like, you know, 2 or 3 times a month, driving from Richmond to DC for the first 2 years. So it's like 7 years. And then it's like, you don't lose your job because you messed up and you did something wrong. You lose your job because you did something right. And the government decided that we were so dangerous, so subversive, that we were going to change so many minds that they basically had to do an end run around the First Amendment to destroy the company. That screws with you, man. That is.
And so that brings us back to your original question to me. I mean, you know, did the chicken cross the, you know, whatever, try to find out what's what the right way. But I mean, what is it? How did the chicken cross the road? When did
how did the chicken cross the road? It's like, oh, why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other
side, right?
Yeah.
The answer is more plain than we think sometimes, in terms of understanding that it's a lot of things that we have let down the American populace. They do feel defeated. They do feel like the institutions don't work. And along comes a guy who really is willing to say and do anything to win. And under those conditions, the people are not prepared to check him because they need to believe in something, you know? And they just want a bad guy to follow. You know, I know he's bad. I know he's a jerk. I know he's rude. I know he's stupid. I know he says stupid things. I know he should tweet less. You hear everybody say that. And then they say, and by golly, that's why I'm going to vote for him. It's like okay, I get it, you know? And so he has, give him his credit. He is a master salesperson.
Agree, but I agree with
believe in something he wants them to believe, whether it's true or not, whether it's good for them or not, whether it's you know, verifiable or not, doesn't matter.
I guess my thing is, it is. I would hope that there was an autopsy if she loses, like, meaning I would hope that there would be some level of introspection of how on earth does a billionaire who's being paid by other billionaires take the position as if he is the blue collar working man. How the hell does that happen? Like, how does the Democratic Party lose that status? That's something that they need to engage. And the sad part is, when you talk to Democrats, they would say, well, people are just ignorant. People are just stupid. They're just racist and sexist. If they knew what was good for them, they would just vote Democrat. That's the way they think.
Well, you know, I think a lot of it, Jamal, has to do with the fact that I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Donald Trump has been able to convince enough people that what matters in America is change, and he kind of became the change candidate by creating that storyline, which I think, again, is a brilliant thing that he was able to do. And she, on the other hand, was not able to embrace any kind of change because in her head, she was stuck with being Biden's person, you know?
Yeah.
And it would have been so much smarter. If I was handling her campaign, I would have said something like this. This would have been Rick Sanchez writing her speech. Listen, I know a lot of people are disappointed with President Biden and his administration. And I want you to know that there's a lot of things that he did that I did not agree with. And I am not going to be a cookie cutter version of Joe Biden. And yes, I think the way he handled Gaza was not good. And he did make mistakes. That doesn't mean I don't like him. Doesn't mean I don't respect him. That doesn't mean he's not my friend. But he made a lot of mistakes there. And I think there's some other areas when it comes to geopolitics where he's also made some mistakes. And I think there's some things that we have to deal with on the border. And that's why I am going to change those things. Key word, change those things. She didn't do that. She basically went out all the time. And every time she was asked any question about the things that are her weaknesses or Biden's weaknesses that become her weaknesses, she freaking embraced them.
Yeah.
And that's where the rubber meets the road. And if she loses tonight, I would say it would be because of that.
Agreed. Like you get 60 to 70% of the country saying we want something different. Kamala Harris comes into the race and she is obviously different just by definition, right?
Yeah.
She's Black, she's a woman.
But she didn't do anything with it. She didn't except read great scripts, but she didn't do anything with it. Do you agree?
Well, that's my point. Right. That's exactly my point. It's like she says, I'm a new generation.
Felt it with Obama. Okay. You felt it with Obama. You're not feeling it with her. Obama made you feel like he was going to. One of the most famous speeches Obama ever gave was where he went to the Middle East and he apologized for all the stupid things that we've done and said we'd start over. And he was criticized handily for that. But you know what? It took a certain amount of intestinal fortitude to go out there and say, I'm not going to be like the other guys. Yeah. I'm not going to be like Clinton. I'm not going to be like Bush. I'm not going to be like Carter. I'm going to be different. He didn't really pull it off, by the way. But who cares?
No, he didn't pull it off. But at the very least, he was willing to make that conversation or have that speech. I don't see her having that level of political dexterity to do that. And to your point, it was clear as day that people wanted something different. The entire reason that she popped up in the polling immediately after she got into the race was because, oh my God, she's different. Good. We're going to get something different. We're going to get a new way forward. And then they ask her over and over again, hey, what different would you have done in this administration? And she says, nothing. I can't think of anything. Okay, your new way forward. What do you plan to do? I can't think of anything either. So it's like her theory of the case is contradicted by everything else that she was saying in regards to her running in the race. It is so contradictory. Yeah, it just doesn't work.
What are you seeing? I mean, I haven't looked at the numbers since you and I have been talking. Has anything dropped that surprises yet? Or no, Pennsylvania, no Michigan, no Wisconsin?
Okay, let's pull it up. All right, so far, Wisconsin has 50% reporting. Donald Trump is 49.8 to 48.7. Harris. In Michigan, with 21% reporting, Harris 49.2, 49, that's too close. Pennsylvania, 55% reporting. Donald Trump is at 51%. Kamala Harris is at 48.1%. I have a strong feeling that
if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over. But
yeah, I have a strong feeling she's going to lose Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And if she loses Pennsylvania, this race is over with.
Can I throw you a curveball on that?
Go for it.
I said this to my wife a little while ago. If Trump is trying to convince people they're cheating in Philadelphia, he's got inside information that he could lose Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Why else? You don't want to dirty something you're going to own. You want to dirty something you might not own.
Oh, that's such a good point. That's such a good point. Because if you come out and say, well, yeah, there's cheating, and then you end up winning it, well, that looks a little dicey.
Right.
Yeah.
If he's saying, oh my God, I'm hearing they're cheating like crazy in Philadelphia, it's not going to, you can't believe whatever comes out of Pennsylvania, that means he's worried about losing Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's such a good point. Oh, that's a damn good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a didactic thought. It has nothing to do with that.
I thought he should have been impeached and thrown in prison after he, pulled that nonsense after the election. And to me, you can't allow a person who does that to run because they broke the rules.
Let me ask you a question.
There's a philosophical responsibility associated with people who are running in the race. You're being endowed with a lot of power. You have to be able to be trusted with that power. And you deciding, I'm going to use the levers of government to stay, that is not, I consider to be trustworthy at all.
I need to know your thoughts on this, because I've asked this question and had this conversation with a lot of friends. And since you and I are both kind of, minorities for what it's worth. I mean, we're both, boring Americans, but still, I mean, we come at it from different paths. Let me ask you this. Let us suppose we transpose the image of Donald Trump and we put in Barack Obama, just because he's a good one to choose, because he was kind of a polarizing figure in his own way too. Not that he kind of created it, but because of his situation. Let's suppose that Barack Obama loses the election to McCain, just really close, and then he goes out the next day and tells his followers, his ardent followers, African Americans, non-African Americans, Latinos, other people who really believed in, si se puede philosophy that he instilled in the American people. And he says to them on the day that he walks out, I didn't really lose. They cheated. They stole this, and I want you guys to come here and fight for freedom and for democracy for me. Wouldn't he have gotten the same thing in terms of support that Donald Trump got?
Look, any person who is pulling in, let's say 43, 50 million votes, or how many of the votes they get, and you go on the largest megaphone in the world and you scream to your supporters, I've been cheated. It's fraud. The system is rigged.
And you're the president of the United States.
Basically try to delegitimize the government that's coming in, making any and everything that people can do in regards to retaliation for the fact that this election was stolen legitimate. Because after all,
what their president told them to do.
Those
people on January 6th just did what their president told them to do. They said, come here, fight for your right, for your country, for democracy, because they have taken it away from you. And they said, aye, sir, you're my president. Would they have done it for Reagan? Would Americans have done it for Obama? If any president had done that other than Trump, would they have done it? My answer is yes, they would have. You would have had people who would have done the same thing. Would it have been as big? Would they have been violent? Would they have been more violent, less violent? I don't know. But
I don't see that with Reagan. And in fact, I don't see that. I mean, it's a different politician or different politicians. They're different now. It's not that level of
I'm talking about the people, not the leader. I mean, we're just assuming Reagan said that. Assume that forget Bush, nobody would have showed up. But assume Obama said that. Assume maybe Clinton even. He had his he did it a little bit with the Monica thing, but he didn't take it this far. But he played the victim and he won, but he didn't get people to go out there, break stuff.
For anybody. I mean, under normal circumstances, it's pretty taboo to go after the election. I mean, it's extremely, even when Hillary Clinton was investigating the election, she gave the money to Jill Stein to let Jill Stein do it. She didn't want her fingerprints on it herself. Trump is the first person that I've ever seen that have hit it. Because if you think about it, even when Hillary Clinton was screaming about the Russians, she didn't impugn the system itself. She said it was Trump who was working with them, not the electoral system. Trump directly tried to delegitimize the electoral system, which is just mind-blowing.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm not giving Hillary Clinton a pass by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, some of the things that she did and said were horrible. And she shouldn't have said it. And it was also a bad campaign. And I'll be honest with you, she's just not a good candidate.
Right.
So, all right. So Colorado, Illinois, New York. Yeah. So she so far has won everything that she's supposed to win. And he has won everything that he's supposed to win. I think the only tendency that we could maybe draw something from here is that it's taking her a lot longer to win what she should have already won.
Well, I would have thought she would have won Virginia by now. And I consider Virginia to be a bellwether. I remember when Clinton was running against Trump, and it took her forever to get Virginia. And come to find out, Virginia ended up being a bellwether because Hillary suffered in all of those states. So we'll see. I mean, now
he has not won Iowa yet either. He has not won Iowa.
Let's see. What is Iowa?
He has not won.
Yeah, but he's 10 points up in Iowa. He's like 10 points up.
But I'm saying by now that would have already gone, right? I mean, that's that already, they closed the polls there, right?
I think so. Well, I think they've closed it. They're 48% reporting from Iowa.
She hasn't won Minnesota. She should have Minnesota should have been called for her already, I would have thought.
No, they've only done 4% reporting for Minnesota.
Oh.
and Pennsylvania is at 57% with Donald Trump still
Yeah,
up. I have a
in the old days, I don't know what's going on now, but in the old days, you would have had exit polls that would have already told you how the vote was going to go if it was obvious. I mean, if you did some exit polling and you interviewed 10,000 people and 8,000 or 7,000 of them told you they were voting one way, you could basically take that to the bank because that's a good representative sample. So I'm surprised that they're not doing that yet. Let's see what Fox News is calling. Have you checked Fox?
I have a sneaking suspicion that she's going to lose Pennsylvania. Let me check Fox.
Like really soon? Election day battlegrounds too close to call. Florida is 96% in. He's going to win that by a ton.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's got Kentucky. He's got West Virginia. Normal.
He's going to take
Alabama.
Georgia.
She's got the District of Columbia. Wow.
Well, he's going to take Georgia, and he's probably going to take North Carolina. I suspect he's going to get Arizona and Nevada. So it's going to be close. I mean, in fact, it may even boil down to, what is it called? New Hampshire? Is it New Hampshire? No, Maine and Nebraska. Maine and Nebraska have split votes. And so that 1 to 2 or 3 votes could make the difference, especially if both of them hit like a 269 and a 270. It is extremely close. I mean, in fact, she could take Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, providing Donald Trump is able to win the split votes. He will win it by like 1 point.
Wow.
It's just wild.
This is crazy. Yeah, this is still, this could still go in any direction. And remember last time you and I were covering this thing 4 years ago? At this time, both you and I believe, I know I was, I don't want to speak for you, were convinced that the thing was over and Trump was won. And I went to bed that night after shutting down my, after we signed off, convinced that obviously it was going to take another 24 hours to count Arizona and Michigan and Wisconsin, and Georgia. But I was convinced. I basically told our viewers that night, it looks to me like Donald Trump will remain the president of the United States. Next day I woke up and I started seeing that all those new counts were coming in from all the early voting. Which makes sense because Trump, like an idiot, told his voters, don't early vote, go on election day. Which is
that's not going to be an issue this time. They got out there.
No, it's not. No, I know it's not. It's not this time. But there's statistics back then that say statistics that say that 20% of the people who say they're going to vote on election day don't vote election day because who knows? I mean, they get in an accident, they don't like the rain, they forget, they get drunk, whatever the hell. So it's like, so that was, I thought, his big mistake back then. Who knows what's going to happen this time? But we'll definitely, we should see votes coming in late in some places, but not Pennsylvania for her.
Well, I'm hoping that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I mean, honestly, if Pennsylvania comes in for Trump, this election is over with.
I agree.
Because she would have to make up.
She'd have to win North Carolina.
Yeah, she would have to take North Carolina, or she would have to take Georgia. Neither one of those is going to happen. She would have to take either Nevada or Arizona, which, again, I don't think is going to happen.
Nevada's 4 delegates or something like that. It's ridiculous. No, Nevada gives her nothing.
Yeah.
She needs to win to replace Pennsylvania, she would have to win North Carolina. And I believe that's 17. And then she would have to go across and win Nevada with it or something, and put those together.
Okay. So North Carolina is 16 technically, but you're right. She would have to make it up somewhere else in the chart. Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I am not gonna hold you too much later because I got to be honest. I've been up since 4 a.m. and I'm beginning to drag ass.
Thank you for having me. This was fun. I've always enjoyed you as a person, as an intellectual, and as a friend. And
thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Where can people find you, by the way? I am so annoyed that the federal government got involved and killed our jobs.
Well,
I would imagine you're still active. You're damn good at it. So I would imagine you're going to find a mic somewhere. Where can they find you?
Well, just look at me on Twitter because it's too early for me to make a move yet based on everything going on and being in flux, especially with what's going on tonight. I think that's going to determine a lot of what happens journalistically.
By the way, do you think if Trump got elected that he would undo the sanctions?
Oh, eventually, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, no, and let me rephrase that. Trump would not undo the sanctions. There would be an atmosphere in Washington, and there would be new blood in Washington that would lead to a less aggressive and restricted geopolitical position by the United States
Agreed.
State Department,
Yeah,
which
agreed.
would cause us to look at things like that and say, wait a minute, you're sanctioning a news outlet because it's a country we don't like? Really? We want to do that? I mean, why don't we start working our way away from some of those stupid sanctions that don't make any sense, you know? And there may be a reason to sanction some countries in the world. I don't know. We sanction a third of the world right now.
Yeah.
And as you well know, because we've had this conversation on the air, maybe we'll end with this. The more we sanction, the more we punish, the more we thump our chest, the more we interfere in other people's elections, the more we foment coup d'etats in different countries, the more we empower the global South, the more we give credence to BRICS and that momentum, which Americans don't even know exists or is happening. So, but guys like you and I do. So
yeah, it's pretty astonishing where they were having a BRICS summit and they acted as if it didn't exist. I mean, you're talking about more than half of the globe being represented at that summit.
Yeah, crazy. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Russia, China, they're all sitting there doing kumbaya, and we're like, oh, really? Well, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. And what they don't quite get is that all of this other stuff is the thing that basically motivated those countries to get together. Rick Sanchez, man, thank you for this. I really appreciate it, Rick.
Jamal, I'll call Mr. Jam Jam. All right, dude, let's do some more stuff.
Have a good one, man. Be safe.
God bless.
All right.
Peace out.
We have come to the end of the night, and I am dragging ass like nobody's business. I am trying to wait for Pennsylvania, but it seems like Pennsylvania is taking forever to come up. Right now, it is at 60% with Trump, with a modest lead at 60%. Just so you guys can see what I am looking at. %60. I guess the question is, what's going to happen? All right, let me take a quick break. I'll be back in a moment. Back shortly. Welcome back to the Jamal Thomas Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. I am the host of this program. This has been a long, long haul. You guys have been with me, and I appreciate the fact that you guys have been with me on this voyage into figuring out who is going to win the election. One second. Let's fix this, and let's see, and this. Okay. Good. Yeah. So thank you for joining me. Look, if you guys enjoy the content, give it a like, share the video. Also, subscribe to the channel, especially if you're here for the first time. I usually do my show Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. The best damn morning show that covers news, politics, culture, domestic and international, not to mention the interviews and everything else. If you guys dig it, definitely show up for it. I will keep doing the news as long as people are there to watch. And probably would do it even if they were not there to watch. That would just be more pathetic. But I do want to thank all of you for being here. And I know there are a lot of options in regards to where people can go in order to watch the election night and see how things break down. So I do appreciate you joining me and all of my guests. In fact, all of them were willing to come on kind of at the last minute. I was even surprised that Rick decided to come on. So no, I deeply appreciate it. Absolutely. How the Greens doing? So apparently the Greens were only have not necessarily been pulling that many votes. I mean, the last I heard, Jill Stein was like at 0.5 or something like that. She wasn't necessarily pulling a huge amount. The question is Michigan, honestly. In fact, there are two questions: Michigan and Pennsylvania. If Harris loses Michigan or Pennsylvania, I think Harris loses this race. And the reason why I say that, if we go to the map, this is the map that I came up with. So I gave Trump Nevada, Arizona. I gave him Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. And considering what the polling looks like now, it's not like it's that far off. Georgia, Trump is about 3-point lead with 90% reporting. North Carolina, Trump has a 2-point lead, about 3-point lead with 85% reporting. So again, my chart is right. Up to this point, everything in my chart has been correct. So Pennsylvania, 63% reporting, Donald Trump at 51 and 48. Michigan, 26% reporting, Donald Trump 47. Now, in my chart, I gave Trump Pennsylvania because for some reason I have a feeling that he's going to win Pennsylvania. Michigan, I wasn't sure about. I know what I want, but what I want is not necessarily what I'm going to get. I want the Muslim community to be able to repudiate the Democratic Party. That's what I want. I would prefer that's done with Jill Stein. By the same token, I just want the repudiation to take place in general. I think it is outrageous that a political party... Whoa, what is... One second. What is going on? Where is it? This. Okay, something's going weird with my setup. Right, so where is my... There we are. Okay. Yeah. Look, I think it's outrageous that a political party will look at one of its constituents and say, I'm sorry that your people are getting killed. I'm sorry that they're being massacred and killed indiscriminately. I'm sorry that they've been put into jails and being raped, and that thousands of them are held in those gulags, those torture facilities. I'm sorry about all that. However, you got to get Kamala Harris elected. That is very gross to me. I mean, the reality of it is you're being okay with the genocide because you have a political objective in mind. That political objective meaning, how do you get elected? Okay, fair enough. If you believe that your priorities of getting that person elected are more important than my priorities of preventing all of those people from being murdered and slaughtered, fair enough. Don't ask me for my vote, though. Meaning, if you're not going to represent my interests, and I would argue the interests of just humanity in general, of any kind of moral center, then how are you going to come to me and ask me for my vote when you didn't give a shit about all of these people being killed, which is my interest? Meaning, as I said, you can back a genocide, or you can win an election. Under no circumstances should you be able to do both. That's what I feel about it. If Harris cared to any degree, well, she would take a different tact. She does not take a different tact. She's taking the exact same tact that Joe Biden took. Now, whether she doesn't have the courage, whether she doesn't have the political dexterity, whether she doesn't have the competence in order to realize, oh, I need to chart a new path. Otherwise, I'm going to get hit with the same thing that Joe Biden is getting hit with. I have no idea. I guess my basic point, though, is that if she can't articulate a difference between herself and Biden, then she will suffer as a result of that. And I think the fact that this election is this close kind of tells you that. Now, Rick made the point about Philadelphia that he thinks that Donald Trump has internal polling showing that he is struggling in Philadelphia, he's going to lose. That could very well be true. Like I said, it's just a feeling that she's going to lose Pennsylvania. I don't know for sure. It's too close to call. As for Georgia, North Carolina, yeah, I'm giving those to Trump. As for Nevada and Arizona, I'm giving those to Trump too. I could be wrong, and we will find out later tonight. I would say, though, that if Donald Trump can maintain his grasp on Pennsylvania, he's going to win this race. Where are we now? Let's see. Let's go to present. Screen share this and this. All right. So Pennsylvania, 66% reporting, Donald Trump at 50.7, Harris 48.3. Wisconsin, 59% reporting, Donald Trump 50, Harris 58. Wow. Michigan, 26% reporting, Trump 50.9, Harris 47.3. That's a lot of ground to be made up in that window, so we can't really call that one way or the other. Arizona, 50% reporting, Donald Trump 49.7 to 49.5. That is a 3,000 vote difference. That's it. 3,000. Each person is nearly 1 million votes, and 3,000 separate them in Arizona. That is astonishing. That is astonishing. I think the thing that would terrify Harris is the fact that Wisconsin is 59% reporting and Trump is still in lead. Michigan has 26% reporting, Donald Trump is in lead. Pennsylvania has 66% reporting and Donald Trump is in lead. Georgia, 90% reporting, Trump is up by 2. I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet. North Carolina is 86% reporting, Trump is up by 2, basically by 3. So my chart so far is right. Georgia, North Carolina, going to Trump. And the only question is Pennsylvania and Michigan. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It is fascinating. What does Wisconsin look like? So Wisconsin is 59% reporting Trump, 50.2, Harris, 48.4. Basically a 2.5, 2.6 point difference. It's close. It is super close. You know, there's a fascinating question about what happens if Harris loses. Keep in mind, this is not, this would be a person who was effectively tossed into a primary, well, not even a primary, just tossed into the election. Didn't have a primary. Joe Biden did her no favors because he didn't step down, for one. And two, he decided that he wasn't going to be a transitional candidate and he was going to run in the race. And of course, after the debate, it was made perfectly clear that Joe Biden didn't have the capacity to, barely get to the toilet, let alone run in a presidential election. All right. So Harris is thrust into it all. And in the very beginning, she was able to get a glow. And the glow, in many respects, came because she was just different. She was new. She was getting this kind of honeymoon period where she didn't have to do interviews. She didn't have to really talk to people. Her very presence was enough to indicate she is different. Then she opened her mouth. And what people realized was that she was awkward. She was very awkward. She was very, comes across inauthentic in the way that she presents and explains herself. Whereas Donald Trump is the very opposite of that and comes across too authentic, even though he lies constantly. They lie in different ways. I guess my point is, Donald Trump has all of these defects in character, person, all that stuff. And yet, the Democratic Party cannot come up with a cohesive argument about why they should be better. Now, from their point of view, everybody is ignorant, everybody is racist, everybody is sexist, everybody is bigoted, or people are just too stupid to get the right information to tell them that Democrats are just fucking phenomenal and there's nothing wrong with the party at all. I'm saying if the objective of the party is to get votes, and you seem to have constituencies that are moving away from you, you need to ask the question of why. Now, you can try to get the Liz Cheney and the disaffected Republicans and basically try to abandon the left. You can try to do that. But again, as I pointed out, it's not like Liz Cheney has come forward and said, oh, I love Kamala Harris's policy on X or Y. It's not that. They believe that if they can stop Donald Trump now, they can get rid of Trump. He will be a two-time loser. And as a two-time loser, they believe that they can claw back power in the Republican Party to once again regain control of the brain trust in the thinking of the party itself. That's their thoughts. Kamala Harris, in that, is a means to an end. And I would imagine Harris knows that she's a means to an end in both of their cases. Now, the question is this going to work? She has spent most of her time attacking Trump, calling him everything but a child of God. And as people pointed out in a New Yorker magazine, all of these people spent all of this money around her, even people who hobnob with her in Congress, and none of them know in concrete terms what the hell Kamala Harris wants. Do you know? We have 2 wars going on. Did anyone ask her any questions about any of those? I know she brought up the Gaza issue, but she's saying the exact same thing that Joe Biden said on the Gaza issue. October 7th is horrible, but oh, the suffering. But oh, October 7th is horrible, but oh, the suffering. And then you have to hit her in order to get her to break the loop. I guess what I'm asking for is an autopsy. Even if they win an autopsy. And the reason why I say that is because even if you win, this election is so close that you would think that you would need to have some cognition of the fact that you are losing or barely won to a guy that has just been convicted in court of felonies, that is running with 90 indictments over his head, that has been impeached twice, that refused to lead the presidency because he decried, oh, the cheating, the fraud. That's the guy, the one that you call a sexual abuser that lost a lawsuit in court and got sued for like $500 million. Like, and for whatever reason, you can't put up a coherent argument to articulate to the American public that you're better. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Welcome back to the Jamal Thomas Show. There we are. Welcome back to the Jamal Thomas Show. I hope that's not too loud upstairs. If so, I may have to turn that off. I was cooking upstairs and the fire alarm went off, which is aggravated. It's okay. Look, guys, let me see. Where are we so far? I got to be honest. I am dragging ass like nobody's business. But New York, Pennsylvania, 70%. Trump's still up. Michigan, 28%. Trump's still up. Wisconsin, 61%. Trump's still up. Minnesota, 12%. Arizona, 50%. Trump is up by only 0.2. Whoa. So if he loses this, he's going to have to make it up somewhere else. But the reality of it is, he can lose Arizona if he picks up either Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. He's going to get North Carolina and Georgia. Yeah, this is going to be close. I'll put it this way. We will know Yeah, we would know the moment Trump needs 60, not even 60, 56. And he can get 56 from where? This is 19. Well, they haven't given him Georgia yet. So this would be 16. 32. So that would be 32 points if he gets Georgia and North Carolina. That would take him up to to 46. Okay, they would take him up to 46 if he gets to Georgia and North Carolina. If he gets Arizona, that's 11. They're not showing me how many things in Arizona. If Trump takes Pennsylvania and Michigan, he's going to win this thing. If Trump takes Pennsylvania by itself, he's going to win this thing. 72% reporting, so we are going to know sooner rather than later. We are going to know. We're going to know. So what are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Do you think that he is going to get Michigan and Wisconsin? Or do you think he's going to get Michigan and Pennsylvania is the question. I think he's going to take Pennsylvania. I don't know about Michigan. I don't know. I don't know. There was something else. Not this. Harris did herself no favors in these situations. I mean, part of it, like, I'll give you an example. She should have went on Joe Rogan. Now, Democrats talk about Joe Rogan as if he is the devil, which, again, that elitist stuff, I have no idea where the hell they get that from. But she was invited in the same way that Trump was invited. And the reason why I said this would have been good for her is because she would have been able to sit there and talk to somebody like a human being. Meaning, Joe Rogan is not how many got you interview. He just wants to talk. He just wants to have a discussion with you. He wants to, figure out how your mind works and everything else. Now, the key benefit of that, if you can take advantage of that, is he forces you on some level to be authentic. And if you're not authentic, it's going to show through like nobody else. Meaning, humanizing Kamala Harris is something that the campaign struggled to do. At least I think they struggled to do. Because oftentimes she came across so scripted and, giving these robotic answers that people realize didn't mean anything. Or when she didn't necessarily have a good answer, she would go into some kind of where I was born in the middle class family and blah, 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 blah. It became part of her, DNA. It was something that people started to notice about her when she ran in the race. My point is, the Joe Rogan show would have given her an hour or 2 hours to actually just sit and have a conversation. If indeed the part of the issue was the American public didn't know who you were, that would have went a long way in showing not just who you are, but showing that to a demographic that you need to get anyway. They didn't want to do that because they're so much better than Joe Rogan. They're better people. Their ideals and their morals are better than Rogan, which is why they're supporting a goddamn genocide right now because their morals are so goddamn good. Just outrageous. I feel just fine about a Trump win if it wasn't for everyone around me or as. Agreed. We are in a horrible situation in regards to leadership. And I don't quite understand why we keep getting even more and more incompetent leaders. And I guess there's a fair question to ask about, the efficacy of democracy if what it keeps turning up are people like Biden or Harris or some of these other goofballs like Donald Trump. If that's what you keep dredging up, then there's something wrong with your system. Like the idea that Donald Trump will get anywhere near the system. But I would say this. If nothing else, he breaks orthodoxy. And orthodoxy around this notion of war, killing, and everything else. I've never heard a president have a conversation where he's talking about, we need to stop these wars, we need to stop these killing people, we need to prevent this stuff, we're wasting money, etc., etc., etc. He even brought up the dollar and how all of these other countries have basically organized themselves in order to compete against the dollar. Now, he doesn't fully understand it, and he has a comically ridiculous point of view, thinking that he's going to use tariffs in order to prevent people from de-dollarizing. What he's missing is that that very reason that they're de-dollarizing is because of shit like that. Meaning you're only going to get them to be that much more motivated if you're going to behave in those ways, in those terms. Trump is a wild card. And so people who think, well, Trump is going to end the war, you don't know that. You just don't know that. And Russia, at this point, has been very clear about what they want in regards to what they require to end the conflict. And all of this is going to take place on their terms, since they are basically decimating the Ukrainian military right now and the NATO equipment that we have given them. So I don't know what Trump would do in that situation. I don't know what Trump would do in a situation with Iran and Israel. I don't know what Trump would do. And I guess from my point of view, all of this is problematic. We have entered this kind of weird space where politicians can get elected without necessarily telling you exactly what the hell they're going to do and what they're going to do for these big issues that could easily lead to war. I mean, for God's sake, we're talking about nuclear nations. Israel is a nuclear nation. Iran just talked about potentially changing their nuclear strategy in order to get nuclear weapons, saying that the only thing that stops them from getting the weapons is the ruling from Ayatollah. The US, nuclear power. Russia, nuclear power. China, nuclear power. All of these are nuclear power nations. And we have people who are comically ridiculous running, who doesn't bring it up, and if anything, probably knows very little about it. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying to me. Let's see, where are we? Where are we? All right, Pennsylvania, 75% reporting, Donald Trump 51, Harris 48. He's up by 3. Michigan, 30%, Trump 51.7, Harris 46.6. Ooh, she fell behind. North Carolina, 50-48, Trump. Georgia, 90% reporting, 51-48, Trump. Apparently still too close to call, but yep. Oh, that chats. We suffered through, let's see, what does this say? We suffered through the we suffered through the slop so that one day our kids can enjoy Stein for president or the equivalent. I don't know, man. I get the feeling we're going to go through some hard times first. It's almost like cleaning a room. The room gets dirtier before you get it cleaned. And the reason why I say that is I get the sense that we've jumped the shark. That we have behaved in such a way that the rest of the world has decided they're insane, they're elitist, they're a bit racist, and we need to figure out how to deal without them. And so the West is coming along with the United States, and the West is allowing itself to be decimated for the US, meaning the German industries, the European industries, and all that stuff, basically taking a direct hit because of our foreign policy. They're stupid idiots that allow themselves to do it, but either way, they're doing it for us. So there's that. Using the dollar as a weapon, okay, that's problematic. Stealing $300 billion of the Russian money, okay, again, that's problematic. What do you think these countries are going to do when they see you do that? Well, they're going to do exactly what they're doing with BRICS. We need to find another system of organization because this particular system doesn't work. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the US functions as if it's a hegemon. All of those countries have decided there is no such thing as hegemons going forward. We're equals, full stop. And you can understand why. How weird of a conversation it would be if you're talking to somebody and they say, well, I am indispensable. And what does that mean for you if I'm indispensable? Like the things that we say, this Nazi-ish rhetoric of how we're the Superman and Uberman, like all of this other nonsense. My point is very basic. The rest of the world has gotten tired of the arrogance. They've gotten tired of this rules-based order where we make shit up as we go along. They are tired of us destroying the institutions that the United States helped create on behalf of Israel or on our own behalf. They're tired of it. Even countries that we consider allies, they are tired of it. And as they're tired of it, they've decided to turn themselves into something else, almost wedding themselves together in this kind of geopolitical terms. They're sick of the wars. And I guess the question becomes, what does the world look like as those countries become more aligned against this notion of proxy wars and overthrowing governments and that type of stuff? The US would have to change at some point, especially if they get to the point where they start assaulting the dollar directly. We're already, 50-something% in regards to the reserve currency. That's down from 70-something like 20 years ago. Yeah, I feel just about Trump when it wasn't for everyone else around me. Yeah, we did that one. Super sticker, Felonious Punk. Thank you, Felonious Punk. Physique Drummond. And I don't speak French, but something about Quebec. Oh, salute from Quebec. This is George from Maryland. You used to do the call-in show. George, I'm going to try to get the Skype thing working so we can get the call in. It won't be tonight, though. I'm dragging ass tonight. Maggie Smith, Trump, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. You're ballsy, Maggie. I wouldn't have given Trump Wisconsin and Michigan just right off the bat. You just gave it to him right off the bat. Fair enough. And you might end up being right. If we're looking at it currently, Pennsylvania, 76% reporting, Trump 51-47. That is a small but a persistent lead in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, 65% reporting, Trump 50.7, Harris 47.8. Again, small but persistent lead. Virginia is super interesting to me. Virginia is a bellwether state. It's my own little hypothesis, and I could be totally wrong with it, but Virginia is a bellwether state. What I mean by that is during the Clinton race, during the Clinton race back in 2020, I was staying up late to watch the returns come in. I think it might have been like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, or something like that. But Virginia went way into the night, where it was literally like even going all the way into the night, further into the night. And what I realized was Virginia wasn't by itself. There was a broad coalition of states. And no, the states aren't talking to each other, but there was seemingly a point of view that was shared among those states where they trended in a particular direction. And Virginia, being a purple state, was doing the exact same thing. It took a lot for Clinton to end up winning Virginia. And I know I'm saying a lot as if these things are coming in at any particular moment. It's just the way it looks. But my point is, that race was close all the way to the very end of that race. Meaning Virginia, which is typically a blue state, and I know they call it purple, but it's typically a blue state, went to Clinton, but barely. And it was indicative of every other state that was around on that race. All of them showed pressure against Clinton, even in states that Clinton, all things being equal, should dominate. I'm saying the fact that Virginia is turning out like this may be a bellwether for states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, etc. We will see. We will see. We will see. All right, guys. I am dragging ass. Pennsylvania is almost done. And if I'm still up when it's called, I may come down to celebrate or to mourn or whatever with all of you guys. I'm going to say good night, though. I'm going to say like, share, subscribe, and you can see me early in the morning, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Is that show booked? Yeah, I think it's booked. We have Margaret. Margaret Kimberly is going to be here. And I tried to get, he blew me off. I think he blew me off. All right. Yeah, he blew me off. Scott Ritter doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. I'm no longer at the radio station, so they don't care. All right, guys. Look, I want to thank all of you for your help in regards to keeping the show going, increasing the subscriber count, all that stuff. It is deeply appreciated. Anything you can help for the show, all of it helps. So I want to thank all of you that contributed, even if it is a like, even if it's a share, even if it's a subscribe, even if it's hitting the notification bell. All of those things are beneficial to the channel, and you have my deepest appreciation for all of it. I'm going to say you guys have a good night, and I will see you bright and early. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday morning. Have a good one all.